And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the Eon Series Season 6. It's been a while, and I'm pretty sure that everyone has been waiting for this, but R6 is now back stronger than ever, especially with the new updates. Plus, in addition, we're getting the brand new season. Of course, the new rank changes coming up soon, and I am super excited for this one, but it's going to be your boy, Aggressive here, bringing all the action. Sadly, it's going to be me only for the first two set of games. I will have another co-caster soon, but the extravaganza of the BO1s that we have for you guys is not going to stop. This is, of course, the group stages right now, Playday 1. This is a brand new series. And in the new season, you know that there's going to be a lot of underdog teams coming up to the play stage trying to make their marks here. And I'm really excited to see what this new season has to bring. Everything that we witnessed from Siege over these last couple of years, yeah, I will say that it has been fun, but it's been a little bit stale because the meta has never been shifted away from the double shields that people generally like to run, other than a couple of nifty strategies where the Chanka can make that big of a difference. But now, with the recent buffs, a lot of the bigger changes, Floor is also possibly coming on back to the meta even stronger than ever and possibly being one of those stable pickups because he has that LMG now from Ying. There's so much that we have to witness in this game now, and I'm really excited to see what these professional teams have in store for us. A lot of people are going to say that, yeah, the meta's not going to be shifting as much, but I do believe with those shield changes and Blackbeard being the only one that can break through barricades, this is going to change a lot because teams can no longer rely on that full scale rush strategy that they've been utilizing beforehand. Because now that the shields are a lot more silent and a lot more louder than what they used to be, and because they make a lot more noise when you're trying to take entries, you can do so much when it comes down to the strategic barricades that the defenders can hold on to. And it's stuff like this, the smallest of details that can make that difference for any particular team. But I digress. We're going to be jumping on down over into the game here, and today it is going to be Team Value Unit going up against Griffin Esports for this first initial match of the day. We still have three more matches right after this one, so it's going to be 4 hours of Siege, possibly even 5 hours if we count a couple of VOs here and there. But I'm pretty sure my host doesn't want to do that. I'm pretty sure he's having the Vietnam flashbacks from going back into the trenches every single time that happens. But it's good old Siege, right? You don't have a couple of problems whenever you're playing the esports, you're not having fun in the game. But that's where the more interesting side of this is going to be coming as we jump on down over into the map bands to see exactly what the teams have been cooking up for us. I'm kind of worried on where we're going to be headed because this is a BO1, this is not a BO3. So at the end of the day, the selection is going to be the thing that matters the most. Border being taken out of the table, a couple of new maps coming into the fray, Fortress, no one really liking it. It's not that big of a surprise, but Lair is one of my most hated maps, so I have no idea why we're going into it. But hey, if the teams want to do it, then I can't really stop them, right? But overall, the selection seems to be pretty apparent to go in the favor of Valid Unit here, because the way that Valid have set everything up, they want to take the members of Griffin into a much more open-ended map where execution and strategy is not going to be the primary forte. Because Lair, in my opinion, again, it's one of those maps that I always see to be as a ground where you can't really do a lot with strategy. Strategy just isn't going to give you a lot of the wins if you're not that confident in your own gunfight capabilities. And Siege as a game, you can see on all of the other maps, you can get away with not having the best of aim because your strategy is going to give you that significant edge if you're able to go in for those proper setups and executions. But Lair just doesn't really do that. You open up a wall, you have a couple of angles ready. If you missed your shot and that opening kill, it's just all over for you when you're on that attack side. And defenders will, of course, have a little bit more of a significant advantage. And on hindsight, attackers can also have a pretty significant advantage from time to time as well because the defenders possibly have no idea where you are if their roam game is not as strong. So it's a very confusing map. Still to this day, I will say I do not like it, in my personal opinion, but the teams are able to make it work, then right on ahead. The esports probably is going to be the one who reigns supreme on this just because of their own pickup, because they had that choice to go in for it. But as we jump on down over into the game to see exactly what Valid Unit and Griffin Esports have in store for us, I'm going to be rooting for Valid because they are going to be starting off on the defensive side. That does mean that they are going to be in a little bit more of a tighter position, but it does depend on one thing and one thing alone: whether or not they're going to be able to withstand, they're going to have a strong roam game to really make this work out for them. Looking at the overall ban phase here, It's pretty systematic to say the very least. Grim getting taken off of the table, Mira as well. Not that big of a surprise, especially when you are worried about the headquarters room on this map. Mirror windows can cause so many problems. The Grim as well clears out angles for pretty much free. Not really that big of a change up, but both Monty and Kalash getting taken off the table almost instantly. Pretty sure that the teams they know each other's strategies here. Thatcher getting picked up with a Chanka coming on down through to just hold down the line. It's pretty standard here coming in from both of these teams. Nothing really big has been changed up. Dokipi also getting picked in as well for the attackers. This is quite a smart setup coming in from the members of Griffin Esports. As they've gone in for the bare bones basic with the Thermite and Thatcher combination. And it's quite, how do you put it, textbook, I would say, coming in from a lot of the different strategies that we have seen. So it seems as though Griffin, they're going to rely a lot more on their, just as I was saying previously, their gunfights instead of trying to rely a little bit more on strategic prowess. But the real question now is going to be, what do Valid have in store for us with the Tachanka coming on down through the first initial side being upstairs? What's the game plan for them? Suicide control already being given a little bit more of a spread out approach from the members of Valid. They're playing this one well because they understand that these corners need to be cleared out as soon as possible. A couple of the drones getting taken out as well. So at the end of the day, information has been denied, but this is a widespread defensive side hold coming in from the members of Valid. They're everywhere, all at once, and this is going to give them such a good edge. Yazami looking for an earlier fight here. The angle's pretty good coming out from him. Here's out a couple of footsteps towards his left. He needs to make sure this clearance does happen. How deep is the angle going to be, though? Pretty aggressive early on. They know the hole. They have a drone in place just to make sure they don't get caught off by this. Early windows now being cleared out, so they can just wait. Members of Griffin, they're playing this one smart. They've gone up on the roof first because they were worried about a possible couple of runouts coming on down through. And it seems as though Payne going to be the first one to try and take contact here. It's pretty clean coming out from him. They're not going to be able to take the fight just yet. Early kill, it's going to be Payne with a DMR instantly shutting down Rolls. He's not going to be able to hold on to that one. That's your 2 round now being taken off of the table pretty early on in the round as well. So now you don't have that utility to try and stop this Thermite from getting a lot of free value on your walls. One denial operator not being present. Now it's going to open up the floodgates for the attackers to slowly work their way in. This is what I meant. As those earlier gunfights, whoever wins those first couple of kills will, of course, be the ones to reign supreme and be able to take that victory. Another opening kill coming in from the members of Griffin. They are so confident when it comes down to their overall gunfight capabilities, and they're still going to be the ones to do it. Second kill already coming down through for the Sleds. They have the entire map under read. Drone coming on down through in the bottom of the Chanka's position already revealed, now getting submerged down into the depths here. They need to be careful of how they hold on to this. They need a kill, need an opener, and it's gonna be, I don't know how to pronounce that for a second. Obisen, who gets that kill, the Chanka able to hold wild in towards the corner. First initial shot, the shotgun rating supreme. It's gonna be able to find the second. Never mind, the members of Valid Unit, an iron wall inside of the side, able to hold and able to survive. And the Chanka raining down hell from the server side, rains everything down. This is what you needed to see from the side of Valid Unit. A 2v5 situation, and these guys did not falter. And you did, and Brandy Star, the members of Griffin, they did so well on those earlier fights, but the way that the smoke was able to hold on to line with just that shotgun really goes to show how good the members of Valid Unit are able to hold on to their positioning. I did not really expect that the Chonka to just get a free kill with the Jamikas right there, but if he's able to make it work, then why not? Valid really coming strong here with a couple of very interesting strategies to say the very least. The Dokkaebi is still going to be a very prominent pickup here for Griffin because the Dokkaebi is just free information, right? Who doesn't love free information in situations like this? Another opening kill here, possibly. The hells of Rolo. We need to get a little bit closer for this fight. Positioning is good here overall, but what's really important now is the way that they're going to be able to take a little bit more of a closer engagement. This is quite bad of where they're going to be heading for this. A bit scary for the overall position. Scoppy, he has a pretty good read on one of the players here from the defensive side, but he leaves the angle in the worst possible moment. Needs to go in for a little bit more of a closer clearance here. Multiple avenues that he has to worry about near the side of the security hallway. The first call does come through, and the players are now starting to scramble. Where do you go? Where do you hide? Because now they do know your positions. The thing is, the hackers, they can't really get close enough to try and capitalize. Oh no, that was such a good pickup too. Griffin. I love the way that they're playing the buddy system out here. They're always making sure that they don't send anyone by themselves because they understand that everyone needs to try and take a lot more of those aggressive engagements on this map if they want to try and survive. Again, the opener kill does go towards the side of Griffin, but they need to know how to finish off their plate if they want to take a victory here. Perfect trade coming on from either side. That's the Capital now being lost, but submerged down into different positions. The members of Valid Unit dropping like flies, one after the next. Now it's all up to Race and Fitzy, the heroes of the story. In the last round was Fitzy, it was Race there when he was playing on that smoke, but now how will he hold on to this? The SMG-11, such a strong and powerful weapon when it comes out of those close quarters engagements. First fight already to be had. They know the positions, but they're not clearing into it. It's all up to Fitzy. He needs this kill, but he's not going to be able to find it. Ping just spots him out. Probably hears the sound or has a ping coming in from the drones. The sixth sense working wonders for him, and now it's all up to Racy. The woman, not the woman. What am I saying? The Goyo, all by his lonesome to try and take this duel. He can't really do much, not with a weapon that he has in his hands. As Dokkaebi had the information of the drone and a couple of good pre-fire shots to instantly find that kill. Beautifully held out there. The members of Griffin, displaying the buddy system to its fullest degree, are able to find value at the end of the day. Valid just didn't really have a proper read on where the positionings are going to be looking like. And this has been a recurring story, right? Even in round number one. The thing is, Griffin just kind of fell flat where they really shouldn't have. Because Valid only had two players remaining, but they tried to push into one mute with a shotgun in his hands from a singular corridor when they could have just waited a little bit, droned him out, and then opted to go in for that swing. They got a bit too antsy in their overall approach, but in this round, they showcased a lot more discipline, allowing them to make that change happen. Well, let's see what's going to be happening next when we one. Once again, let's see where they're going to be going with this one. The overall engagement here for these earlier fights have been a little bit more of a problematic situation, to say the very least. What I do hope is going to happen next for them, though, is all these other factors. Because look at the widespread approach that they've gone in here. It's going to give them a little bit of timing to play for. Pain's going to be the first one to fall. A faulty engagement coming out from him as well. Lion taking the angle alone without a scan. It's gonna be a tough call. Teal able to find the first kill. He's gonna be able to get a second one as well. Teal, this guy knows his angle so well. He's possibly gonna be able to find a second one. Sorry, a third one for his troubles if he plays his cards right. They need a little bit of clearance. Pushed out on the fight. It's gonna be Teal once again. The crosshair placement sublime. Able to find that finishing blow off. But it's now up to the last two. The calls do come through. The Dogobi knows the angle, knows the corner, knows what to expect. As the flash, he's going to be able to find the catch as well. In towards the corner. Player running towards his left side. He has no idea. That's going to be another one to find. This is beautiful. The angles are perfect coming out from them. They need a little bit more of a better positioning to try and play for this. But the fight still not going in through in their favor just yet. Scopy's going to be the one who falls. And this has just gone from bad to worse. It's going to be down over to a 1v1 situation now. They're going to be able to find the plant for themselves and for their troubles. The Thatcher able to survive and hold on to this one completely. Clearance done. Barricade broken in. Oh, he's trying to maybe find something bigger on the picture here. Reload does come through. Knows the position of the last player. He's not able to find the plant just yet. Needs to go in and stick it out. Pros don't fake for this angle, but look at Rolls. He tries to go in for the fight, but he makes a little bit too much noise and he gives away his positioning. This has just gone from bad to worse. As the members of Griffin Esports, they do not falter. Quite the interesting game, that is for certain. Griffin just winning purely on the basis of raw mechanical skill, I would say. There's not a huge overarching strategy that they're trying to employ. It's just basic FPS fundamentals. I wouldn't even say siege fundamentals at the end of the day, because they're just playing together as a team. They're playing for the trades. They're always making sure that they're with one another for every engagement that they take. And if you have situations like this going in your favor, then shouldn't really matter, right? While on the opposite side, the members of Valid Unit, they have a lot of very interesting strategies, to say the very least, but they're just not able to keep up when it comes down to those raw fundamental duels. This time around, though, all those siege fundamentals getting messed up here. Free drones getting taken out early. The members of Griffin are going to be playing into this round a little bit short-handed here when it comes down to the side of information, but regardless, it's about being smart for these holds.
5 seconds to insertion.
What do you have in mind? How do you want to take this fight?
Attackers must locate and defuse
Because
the
for
bomb.
the members of Griffin, seems as though Blackbeard's going to be taken into custody almost immediately. Rolo. Trying to be a little bit more aggressive than he generally is, but even then, he's not going to be able to find that early pickup. The members of Griffin are doing so well when it comes down to these kind of fights. Overall, this doesn't really seem to be the case for them yet. Once again, engagement pretty clean and heavy for this take. Needs to be going faster for this fight as well. Seemingly, the opening walls have been taken away. As the courtyard wall has been opened up just to give them a little bit more leeway in towards the side. This is such a good angle for Fuji to hold on to. He needs to try and find a kill for it, though. The peak does give away the information. They now need to retreat from this position. Payne taking a lot of damage here from the sidelines on the fire. He nearly died out for it as well. Needs to be careful of how he takes these fights moving on forward, because he's down to, what, a sliver of his HP. This is not how it's gonna work out for them. It's Griffin. Losing out on that much HP on the Blackbeard does mean that he can no longer be as aggro on these angles anymore. And that the Chanka is just raining down hell from the sidelines. And without the Dokupi from the rounds previous, they don't really have as much information to play out their angles anymore. So Griffin, they're gonna be going into a lot of these fights blind, and this is one of the main reasons why Rolo is gonna be such a danger now to clear out any of these spots. Yeah, the Lion scans are gonna give you some information from time to time, but it's not guaranteed compared to what the Dokupi could give you. They already do know one of the positions of the players, but look at the way that they're playing. Not being as aggro as you would have expected. In towards the back here, Rolo. He has such a good opportunity. He can fully run out and possibly pull the window to go in for a kill, but he's not going to be risking it just yet. Timing is going to be key for them. The drone now spots out one of the players, has the angle, but Rolo just comes in from the back, instantly shuts down Uchese. He's not going to be able to find the second, though. Scorpio, instead, is going to be the one to find that hold on to them. 3 versus 2 now to try and hold on to line. Fitz, he's good for another one. Scorpio's just in the corner, spree firing the angle. He's going to be able to do so much. Fitzy, the last one alive. He's going to be able to find one more for his troubles. And now it's all up to Scorpio. Doesn't really have the weapon fully reloaded. Has the angle. He's only got 7 bullets. He doesn't even reload. The guy does not care. Look at him go. This is Scorpio for you, ladies and gentlemen. Griffin, they take no prisoners. This team is built on those fundamentals, and they are not afraid to flaunt them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
This game of Siege is just going in every single direction possible. I'm shocked to say the very least. These rounds are getting closer and closer every single goddamn time, but the individual brilliances of players
10 seconds
from the
left
side of
before
Griffin are just pulling them over the edge every single moment.
5 seconds remaining.
This is just group stages, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams look to be quite evenly skilled in that margin, but Griffin doing so much when it comes down to just the basics. Are able to catch a lot of the members of Valid off guard. And that's what I always kind of say to a lot of these up-and-coming teams. If you do know the basics of Siege, you don't really have to play a lot of those much more technical operators to try and get a one-up on your opponents. Working on those fundamentals, working on your aim and your angle clearing, it's going to do so much for you. Siege is a game like that until he's the one from the team that just has it perfectly stabilized. Good shot coming in. Even Scopey, he has to acknowledge it. Tilt's been an absolute nuisance in these last couple of rounds. And one of the biggest saving graces for Valid here. If he gets kills, you know that the team is going to shine their brightest. Little bit of a clearance here. Losing out on your line early once again is gonna be a problem. Scopey's dead, and it's gonna be Scorpio, sorry, who's gonna be the one to follow. That was a good bait to try and get that Legion out, but the person peeking into the angle, of course, will have the advantage no matter what. Not really a situation that you want to be in, though. It's an earlier duel. It's not going to be looking the best for them. Gives in another free kill coming out from them as Valid. They're going to be able to find kill after kill in these engagements. None of these angles have been cleared out. And this is a top spot. You're not able to do much. This is just a fall through. Members of Griffin, they have to give this round away. Because without Scopey here to give them a little bit more information, especially with those line scans, it's gonna be such an impossible round. They need to clear out multiple different angles. The Legion just alive and kicking, changes out to the secondary, but it's just not gonna be fast enough. Rolo just cleans up house one after the next. The shots just keep on connecting. This is Rolo for you guys. The guy is so aggressive that aggressive nature of a player of his caliber can do wonders, but he needs to make sure he hits those opening shots. Without that lion just causing him problems when he's trying to go in for those rooms, it's made him free. It's valid. They take the second round for their team. 2-3 on the scorecards as of right now. It's Griffin. They need to go back to the drawing board to the slightest of degrees, and it seems as though Deimos is going to be their answer. They need to try and find a scan though on Rolo because they understand that Rolo's the biggest threat right now, with Teal being secondary. Because as long as Rolo's just roaming around the map, causing a lot of pain and suffering, they're not going to be able to get into positions where they can utilize the double-ended strategy. This is a full-scale rush strategy coming out from them too. They've taken the blitz into consideration because they want to get a mark from the Deimos and immediately run things down.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Round's already started off on a good note here. For the members of Griffin, they do have a couple of free entries going in. The information's perfect, but the Deimos just gets completely rolled over. Rolo once again just beating all odds here. The opposition is under his control. Shots just keep connecting in their favor. The members of Griffin completely isolated. Their biggest strength now turned into one of their biggest weaknesses. They're not really playing together as a team. They're giving away a lot of these 1v1 fights. Those duels that they're taking all alone. And what's making them drop. Rolo is now completely heated up. He's gonna just keep these fights going. 2 versus 5 now. Just gone from bad to worse for the members of Griffin. They do have the Lions still alive, so the scans are going to give a little bit of an urgency for them. The question being, how long are they going to be the ones, how long are they going to be able to survive? It's not really a good spot for them at the end of the day. One scan now coming in after. They need to try and take over space, but they're just not going to be able to do so. Reese just immediately peeks down over on the one. Teal's going to be able to shut down the last two. And immediately it's just pain. The Lion that dies out early on in the rounds now being the last one surviving. Better for the survival tactic, but they're just not going to be able to do much. The hold just not working out in their favor. And one by one, they just fall. 3-on-3 now. And it comes down to these flawless rounds. The members of Griffin just couldn't get a read on what they were trying to do. And Rolo just, yikes. He's got to put salt on the wounds for that one. Going on down over into the side swap, as we can already see. The bans have come on down too. The Mura and the Grim are going to be the ones to get those earlier pickups. Not that big of a surprise. Tachanka getting taken out by the members of Valid early. They're a little bit worried on what's going to happen from the side of Griffin there and Blackbeard. also immediately getting shut down.
by attackers.
The real question now, though, is where the members of Griffin are going to be heading. Because Griffin, as a team, they do really rely on those raw fundamentals to give them that significant of an edge. And Thorn's also getting picked up, too. Thorn now, especially after the recent changes, she is a force to be reckoned with, especially when it comes down to gathering information as well on the map. He's an active threat on almost every single level. Thorns have been spotted but not really taken out, so it's gonna be a slight bit of a nuisance for them. So do get a little bit more clearance to play for. The angles are better.
Attackers' objective is to
Question
locate
now
a bomb and defuse it.
is where will Valid try to take this fight? Again, a very interesting strategy coming out from them. They want to try and set up a glass for the full-scale setup by opening up those courtyard walls and allowing him to just play for the smokes. And the Ying is just there to make sure that whatever happens to the glass later on in the round, they're going to be able to take out entries. I'm giving this to Valid that they have a lot of very interesting strats going for them and not really relying on the bare bone fundamentals. And in those earlier fights, especially on the defensive side, they're able to do a lot, but now, how do they want to play for this? Scopy. In the back of this one. He's gonna be able to shut down the first. Immediately shuts everything out from Valid. It's gonna be the Buck getting taken out pretty early here as well, so they're not gonna be able to play for the vertical lines of sight as much. Falling a bit flat here for these earlier duels, says the Tachanka now. Sorry, not the Tachanka. What am I saying? The Monty now is gonna be the one to close out the engagement. A couple of earlier fights here, Scopy's gonna try to maybe create a little bit more pressure, but Rolo just causing issues from the sidelines. The Monty holding everything out. He's going to be able to find a little bit of clearance, more information to be gathered, and just to set up the glass for victory. Beautiful shot here early on. It's going to be Teal. He's going to be able to find out multiple can openers are ready to give this Monty even more breathing room. Down over in this 3 versus 4 situation. It's not going to be looking as clean as you hope for. Just for now. Trying to find the fight. Those quarters angles already clear, but no one's clearing out. Scorpio, he's been spotted up till the very end though. The drone turned around in the worst possible second. But Scopy still has the opportunity going for a massive flank. No one's really clearing him out. No one's even in the vicinity to hear those sounds coming in from him. Scopy, he needs to be the hero of this story if he wants his team to win. He needs to be a little bit faster for this engagement. The flank is his. He spots out 2. He needs to kill 1, but he makes a meal out of it almost. That could have gone from that to worse. Griffin, you can't fumble bags like this. Not in this moment. One player's already spotted. It's going to be Teal. And of course, Rolo, being the heroes of this story, the last one to stay alive is going to be none other than Scorpio, the hero on a lot of those rounds when it came down to the attack. But Valid unit just turned everything around. Too many angles to clear, too many opportunities to take. It's a 4v1, and it's the Monty, the Iron Wall, who's going to be the one to bring you back down to earth. Teal comes in for the last big save with the secondary in hand to shut everything out. This is what you wanted to see, ladies and gentlemen. Valid unit just making the worst of situations the best possible. They kept it in the bag just because of the strategy that they were running. It wasn't as flashy as I would have hoped it to be, especially with the Ying Candelas now being a little bit stronger, plus the smokes coming on down through. But even when it came down to that simple play, Griffin just kind of gave away too much, because I will have to say that Scorpio needed to be the hero in that round. If he got 2 frags there, as soon as he saw those 2 players on that angle, this would have been a completely different story. Really interesting last game, though. Now the real question. It's a little bit problematic, though, to say the very least. But for now, where do you go with this one? They're already taking a little bit more of a closer engagement. It's gonna be Fitzy. He's gonna be the first one to take it by the blitz, just causing issues for them as Valid unit, just running things down from the side of Griffin. One by one, they keep on falling. And this is not going to be getting any better anytime soon if they're not careful with this. Engagement needs to be a little bit more clearer from their side, unless they're able to do so. They're not going to be able to go in any closer for this engagement. Griffin now down over to their last three players, one on the underside of basement. He's trying to just play for the information until now. The real question is, this one C4 in the hands of the mute is going to be the biggest game changer for them. They need a kill coming out. It's all up to the information being given by Fujimori. He has the angle, he has the information that one of the players are going to be right below him. He's making a lot of noise as he's trying to work his way in here. The fight needs to be present, and it's going to be Fuji who gets that opening kill up. That's a 3v3 situation that they were hoping to find. They now have enough utility to hold on to this site. Needs to be a wraparound coming in from the hatch once again, because they don't have a hatch player to try and cause a little bit of chaos. But the question is, what is the Blitz going to be doing for this opening fight? The Capital does find a lot of information. The smoke's already coming on down through. The plan needs to come out soon enough as well. They have the drop, they have the information, but they need to clear out the player. They know that one's inside of the side, but they have not cleared him out, and instead it's going to be View Cheese who's going to be the one to find him out instead. That's a big opening kill for them. Fujimori does find another one, and one by one, the members of Griffin, they've turned everything around. It's all dependent on that one kill. And the fact that the mute just stayed alive for that long just changed everything. Griffin, they found their straighting gaze, and they found what was required. As Scopy puts the final nail on the coffin for this one. That's all done and dusted for this fight. This is going to be quite the interesting game this now for them. Both sides equally matched in almost every regard. We expected this to end off pretty early, but seems as though it's going to be a completely different story for them. It's valid now. Looking for another way to take an engagement and a fight for them. Much both of the bandit batteries have already been cleared out. That's gonna allow a big opening now for the members of Valid to take free space. It's already dependent on one thing and one thing only. It's all about finding a bit of a chance to take an even more of a closer engagement.
the Twitch drones have been a pretty big boon for them. It's valid. Switching out to a completely different strategy is going to do so much with Solid Snake also coming on down in. They do have a lot of information to play for, and that information is going to give them a lot of space. And it seems as though it's already done and dusted. Good God, Valley Unit just immediately shutting down multiple players simultaneously. The kill feed lights up blue, and it's gonna keep on going blue. As the last player is already spotted, but Scorpio just made a meal out of it once again. He's not able to hold it, survive it, complete another 180 to go in for an instance right onto the head. Good God, the Thermite. Just making sure that he sends a message. Oh, God. Gotta get that Kovacs ad in there somehow. Valley Unit now. They find a really good opener. The last round was just a showcase of raw mechanical skill to its finest degree. Griffin just couldn't really get the hits that they wanted. Goyo getting taken off of the table because they are a little bit worried about how fast they're going to be able to take these entries again, especially after what happened in that last round. Monty being taken away, not that big of a surprise, but Solid Snake and the Deimos coming on down through. They have information galore. The only thing they're missing is a Dokupi, but I do believe that it's going to be an overkill if that's the case. It's quite the interesting game. Griffin right now in the worst possible spot. Even if they're the worst possible spot, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world for them, though.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
This is the group stages after all, so there's still a lot more opportunities. It's just day one. The players are still beating themselves out a bit here, but Fitzy immediately getting Fitzy immediately shutting down Pain here over from the sidelines. No spawn peak is going to be working out in their favor. That's a bandit now being taken off of the table. That's one C4 you could have had in your hands to make a difference. And because of that, they're in the worst possible spot. And with the Solid Snake just clearing out a lot of those different corners and rooms, they don't really have to worry about much. That's what's the biggest downfall right now for the members of Valid Unit. There's not gonna be, sorry, not Valid Unit, I mean Griffin. The members of Valid Unit don't really have to invest a lot of resources to try and make this all work, and the Deimos just has free real estate to do whatever the hell he wants. He gives the information to his team, and his players are gonna be able to capitalize. And that's how they're able to find these opening 2 kills. Once again, they go in for the scan. They have the information that they need. They know the players close quarters on the fight. Deimos opting for another strike. The Azami can't really be as aggressive as he wants to. Clearance on the corner. The angle's good, but the Azami just sitting there waiting for the fight. The playmaking is his, but he missed out on the opportunity and the shot. One more play to fall. Teal's gonna be the one to get it. Rolo does take a backhanded stick on that one. Fuji is gonna be the one who gets it instead. It's still a 3 versus 2 situation. Snake, alive and kicking, knows the information on one of the players, has the angle to give in for this fight, needs to go in for the plant as well. They do have the opener that they need. Resi coming in from down below to play the vertical. Every single angle that you could hope for coming in from the members of Valid Units is under control, but Griffin, they need to try and go in for the game-changing play here, but they're not going to be able to do so, not just yet, but Fuji's going to be the one to step onto the table, headshot miss, and Fuji's going to be the one to reign supreme. Still, Rise, he's just holding on to the line here. He's not even going to be opting for a peek just yet. He needs to worry about the player that's waiting on the opposite side. He didn't really clear out the floorboards on the opposite end of it, though. Rise, you cannot lose like this. You didn't even break the floorboards completely. Not like this. How can you lose like this when you have the best positioning that you could have hoped for? Rixie just did the blunder of the century by not breaking up all of the floorboards there. Just gave away a free opportunity for pros just stick it down through. I expected him to die almost immediately by the buck just breaking down the floorboards, but that wasn't really the case.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Things are not looking that good now, as in. Question now, though. Are they gonna go with this? This does not look like a fight that you can take that easily. They've gone in for the exact same strategy because they know that this is gonna work, but they need to make sure they play their verticals right. Demos. Just like a catch or one-on-one, the soul is just immediately gonna leave out the angle. Not gonna be worrying about much there. Scorpio, early for the fight, is not gonna be the one to take the engagement in his own favor. That's all about the timing. Teal's gonna be the one to fall. Fujimori again being the hero of this story. In a lot of those rounds, this was all up to Fuji to make that difference happen, but Fitzy immediately answers back in kind. That's gonna be the 1-for-1, make it a 1-for-2 because Scorpio is gonna be the one to reign supreme instead. Griffin, they're keeping the fight competitive up till the last degree. It's now Valid down over to a 3 versus 4 situation. Needs to get a clearance on multiple different fights here. We say he needs to be the one to step onto the table for this. It's information now nearing supreme on every single side. Both teams are just giving away a lot of the info, but thing is, this one Ram's just not going to be able to do much here unless his teammates are in the position to try and capitalize on top of it. You cannot make this up though. Fuji, he just immediately finds another one. You should be playing for the buddy system here, but instead they're just taking fights one by one. And look at Fuji, the guy is Thanos himself. He's just snapping everyone out of existence. Now Rolo, last and final member of this out of valid unit, left standing to try and make a difference here. I knew where the diffuser was, but it just doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just over for them. 4 players, theory of multiple different angles, and they're gonna be the ones to fall.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Griffin now being the ones in the lead. One more round for them. Match point, mind you. Where Griffin have had a lot of ups and downs, but being on this defensive side seemingly has the spark under them, that is for certain.
5 seconds to insertion.
Playing it well, to say the very least. Having that advantage is going to give them a little bit more momentum to play into the following round. There is one of those maps that is a little bit more momentum based, and Fuji, honestly, has been the player to steal all of our hearts. The guy just keeps shadow snapping people out of existence. Using the alibi weapon. Such a level. It's absolutely unheard of. But for Fuji, it's another day in the office. Those quarter fights already being cleared out. The thorn traps also been spotted. So they know what to expect. Griffin. They have a lot of these angles under clearance though. The real question right now will be whether or not Valads is going to be able to find a lot of information. But not opting to go in for the solid snake anymore, instead keeping it simple here. They need another patch or something to go in for those clearance at the end of the day. But look at the bandit tricking coming on down in. Perfectly utilized. He's gonna be able to trick out those walls. He's just playing the game now. Against this termite, there's still 2 more opportunities for them to go in for those fights. Rise is gonna be the one to fall instead. They do have an even more of a bigger opener. Another big catch. That's gonna be the second charge already being taken away. The perfect utilization of the bandit tricks. The members of Griffin. They have a good opportunity to win out on this round now because Fitzy can't open up the wall. They need that terrace wall to be opened in. They're just not going to be able to do it. Situation's just gone from bad to worse for the members of Valid Unit. All the momentum that they could have had in these last couple of rounds just being taken away from them. Now we can already tell that Griffin have this entire game under the bag if they don't fumble it. Rolo, he does find a bit more of an opener. The bandit's just running around doing whatever he wants. I have no idea what the bandit was doing there. It just kind of fell. Like, wait, I just don't get it. What was the game plan there? They still do have the Denari to maybe go in for something, but they're just peeking out on the angles one by one. They're falling like flies. Valid. They're just picking up the fallen pieces. They know one player's over on the top rope of this. They need to find a kill, but they're just not going to be able to get it. Payne's the last one alive on the Warden, and he's just going to be the one to fall pretty soon, too. He gets 1 kill, immediately finds the trade. Valid just run away with this round for no apparent reason, even though the... Griffin, where's the communication here? You guys just completely stopped talking to each other, it felt like. Because there were like 5 different positions and entry paths that were opened up, and Valid just walked in for free. It seems as though there's going to be a little bit of an issue here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're jumping on over into our rehost, and it seems as though my cam is completely lost in the lemon sauce. And there's nothing much that I can do here, but hopefully it's going to get fixed up, and hopefully my
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Eon Series Season 6, where we did leave off of Valid versus Griffin here. Was on a 6-6 scoreline. It is now overtime. We did have a couple of issues, and of course, we had to rehost. I'm pretty sure that my lovely host has already cursed out the game 5 different times in 5 different languages, but nothing that we can do about it. That's the love of Siege from time to time now, isn't it? But what we do know and love coming out from both of these teams, though, has to be one thing and one thing alone. They do make a lot of mistakes, but oh boy, they do know how to capitalize on it and keep it interesting. But overall, let's just see where we're going to be heading on for this as of right now. Real interesting part for this would be one thing, though. Members of Valid have gone in for a bit more of a different setup now, not really opting for something super over the top, but much more simplistic in nature now, with a couple of set plays being done that will give them a bit of a significant lead when it comes down to overall positioning. But for Griffin, they're trying to play a bit more for information, especially with the Solus. And of course, the Valkyrie just giving them a pretty significant edge. No IQ getting picked up by the members of Valid, though. This might be a bit of an issue for them if the Valkyrie camps are placed out properly. The real question now is whether or not they're going to be able to stabilize this. That early kill, especially if it's the Valkyrie who finds the opener, be such a significant problem for them to overcome. Calm before the storm, pretty much, for both of these teams, as they're just trying to feed each other out and clear out as many of the different positions they possibly can, but they're converging into the position of one. This is bad here. Spew Cheese. He's already on a bad angle. Payne's gonna be the first one who gets that exit point done. The Shadow gives away the positioning first, and it's gonna be Payne who gets it. Griffin, they get the opener. It's the Shadow. I'm very sure that Payne has Shadows on because there's no way he saw him otherwise. Oh God, ladies and gentlemen, that's Siege X for you. Those changes when it comes down to the shadows and the way that the lighting works can really give away a lot more information than you would have hoped for. And it seems as though now there are multiple different angles that they have to worry about. The blitz, close to running things down, the smoke being placed to just give him a tiny little bit more cover to play for. As the angle to run everything down in towards this, but I do believe they're waiting for an opening kill here. It's gonna be Sven who's gonna be good for one, but once again it's gonna be Fitzy who does fall. Griffin just going in for kills one after the other. They don't find the trade, and this has gone from bad to worse. Look at Teal and look at Scopy. He's just getting every single shot that he needs, and it's all up to Rissy. He needs to be the hero of this story. He wasn't the one to find it and get it over the top in those last couple of rounds on what is required. He is now stepping onto the plate. The Brava versus the Legion. Who's gonna be the one to win? Fuji. He's been the hero of this story for the side of Griffin in so many of these rounds, but in this one, it's gonna be Risei who reigns supreme. Valid, all the way from down under, instantly just brings everything down. Now that's the side swap that you needed. Valid going onto the defensive side, the side that is arguably the strongest for them. While Griffin, they might be the ones to suffer on this attack if they're not careful. Good God. This game is just already shaping up to go the distance.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Valid's just been in a very bad situation, to say the very least. But in these last couple of rounds, especially with Issei just lighting up the kill feed like that, that is what you wanted to see. The blunder on that buck has just been completely nullified because the way that he was able to play that round out showcases his brilliance as an individual player. Even through his mistakes, he does not falter.
5 seconds to insertion.
For now, we gotta see how this is gonna pan out for them.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
The overall game plan that they have gone in for, though, has really revolved around one thing and one thing alone. Is the way that they're able to find stability in a lot of these rounds. Griffin, on the other hand, they do make mistakes, and those mistakes just keep on compounding in more ways than one. The last round should have gone in the favor of Griffin, though, just because Valid didn't have an IQ in their arsenal to try and scope out the Valkyrie cams, and of course the Scopos whenever she is utilizing the gadget. But even then, Valid just somehow always are able to find rounds against Griffin against all odds. For this one, slow and steady wins the race here, as the entirety of Armory is just getting cleared out one after the next. They're keeping it very slow. The drone work is good coming out from the members of Griffin. That's the basics that I was constantly talking about. Griffin, when they have a proper read on their overall positioning. And of course, in the way that they play the buddy system, we did witness this in the first couple of rounds up against Valid, but pretty sure that Valid have read into this. They've gone in for a full-on site stack with all of them just playing over towards that second floor position. No one's really trying to be as aggressive as you would have expected them to be. It's all a play done by the Tachanka. He's making a lot of noise here. This is not looking as clean as you would have hoped for. A lot of vertical lines of sight now being opened up as the members of Valid need to scramble a little bit, running around trying to survive at the bare minimum. But the thing is, how much of this vertical line of sight can Scopy really get until he does get found out? His team needs to be the one who engages into the site. With 1 minute left on the clock, they need to try and get this engagement down as quickly as they possibly can. But this Tachanka is just not going to let them down through. Those Shimikas are causing them so many problems in this fight. Not looking as you would have expected. Scorpio, he's gonna be good for another one. Valid immediately just brings down one more. Multiple canisters just being shot into the same direction. They can't really go in for this fight. 40 seconds left. They're trying to go in for more kills, but they're not able to do so. It's gonna be a Cheese who's gonna be able to find out one. They do spot out one more from the sidelines, but Scorpio again, he made some meal out of that one. He needs to try and go in for the kill, but he's not gonna be able to get it. Instead, it's gonna be Reese who shuts down Scorpio. Things are just going from bad to worse. 25 seconds left on the clock. A player now pushing in down from the side of the hallway. The green stairs position completely being isolated. Scopy's gonna be good for one kill, but the immediate trade-off comes in from either side. It's a 3v2 situation now. Griffin in the most worst spot to try it they could have ever been in. Immediate shock coming in from the side of Teal. The C4 gets the kill, and in overtime they take the victory. This is what you wanted to see coming in from the side of Valid Unit. As Griffin Esports, they take the fall, and their team just not really able to come together as a squad when it was required to make the difference happen. And that's going to be game number 1 for you guys here in the group stages. As good God, this game really did showcase to us one thing, that even the mightiest can fall. We're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break, ladies and gentlemen, as you set up game number 2 for this group stage. There's still 3 more matches to be had, 3 more hours of siege action to be seen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more action. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Eon season 6. And good God, thank God we have another guy who's right next to me this time around. It's gonna be my boy Cresto, of course, bringing all the action here by my side. First initial game was one for the books, I would say, because the way that Valley Unit were able to take that win up against Griffin Esports was absolutely astounding. We were not really expecting a game like that to happen where Griffin were the ones to lose, especially the way that Griffin started off the game. It was a 0-2. We saw some good fundamental siege coming out from them, but right at the very end, Valid Unit just completely turned everything on its head when it came down to that overtime round. The team just had that structure that they needed, and hopefully that kind of structured gameplay will be carrying forward here into this next game. And of course, Cresto, starting things off, I'm going to be saying this again. This is the group stage round. This is day one of this entire season. So a lot of the teams are still settling down and trying to figure out exactly what's happening and how the other teams are going to play. What do you think is going to happen in this particular matchup?
Well, I actually joined the previous game pretty late because I had my F30 to be done. So I wasn't like up to date with the speed, but when I joined into the screen share, I was able to see that the players were taking the action very slowly. That is something I kind of appreciate as me myself as an ex-competitive player. I like to see strategies, like to see how the push happens methodically with as if it's a domino effect. Like, okay, one thing and then it goes like a sequence. So when I saw that, I would kind of believe that if that's what we see on group stage, there's a lot more action coming in the higher brackets. So if that's a trend to be seen on the upcoming 3 games as well, that's going to be spectacular. But then again, that's one team against the other. As the teams are completely changing up, there is a lot of factors to be kept in mind. So I would say, yeah, it looked very hyped because, again, I was there pretty late. So I'm kind of more interested to see what the next players have to bring on the table because, again, that's going to be setting up a trajectory on the upcoming days.
Yeah, the second game that we have for you guys, of course, as we are going to be looking into the teams here, it's going to be Finale Fade by Aox going up against Biot Esport. Okay, so one team is named after a video game, possibly, and the other one is, of course,
Sounds
French
like it.
roster. So, and it's a French roster, so I'm not even going to be questioning it. It's a lot of very interesting names, to say at the very least. That's why I love the European leagues. There's always something new to be seen.
Well, they have their unique taste because you and I used to work in the South Asian League specifically because, come on, we're both from South Asia. So when we actually cross the borders, it does show a lot of varieties because there have been occasions where I also had a glimpse to like work in a Brazilian team. So over there, even the names does actually show up a lot of their culture. So that's just one
True.
indication of how they play, how their gameplay is, and even how their thought process is. Because if you happen to like, of course, everybody nowadays follows the esports of Siege in general, you'll see every single region plays differently. For example, a couple of days ago, I
True.
had a VOD of some NA players and some Brazilian players. They saw that NA players does a lot of flicks, while Brazilian players, they have a calm aim. But on the other side of the spectrum, Brazilian players do win more gunfights compared to the players from NA. Mind you, they are not flicking. They're just holding angles as if they're I don't know, as if they're bots, but still they make those shots connect. So these are just variations, and I'm pretty sure that these variations are some things which are needed into this game, and it makes it more colorful. Let's just put it that way.
Absolutely. Let's make sure that the games are going to be colorful as well as we jump on down over into the map bans here, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty standardized bans here coming up early. Thankfully, no layer. I'm pretty sure I told you in multiple occasions that I hate layer as a map. I do not care
Why?
who likes it. I do not
I
care
like it.
who says no. That's why I don't like you either. That's a
Come
different
on.
story. Clubhouse, Bank, Lair, Consulate, Fortress. Not that big of a surprise. Fortress is not getting played. Cafe, Chalet, and Border being taken off of the table. Nighthaven Labs. I would say I've grown to love this map a lot. Nighthaven Labs, especially after playing with you, right? You've showed me the ropes of how to play this map out properly. So I've kind of figured out that this is not that bad of a map. I just was really bad at playing it.
The thing about Nighthaven Labs is when when the map was introduced, when Solus was introduced to the game, it was one of the biggest maps in the game. But mind you, when there's a big map, it does give you a lot of flexibility to be creative. For example, if you think about Villa as well, when it used to be in the competitive pool, the basement of Villa is completely unnecessary. I mean, to some extent, actually, because there are rumors who can hide there, but these are just empty spaces players can try to utilize. Either the attackers can start their pushes from there while the defenders are going to be unaware, or the defenders can just roam there. It can go vice versa. Nighthaven Labs, however, is almost on that same aspect, but it it doesn't waste any space whatsoever. Yeah, the map itself is big, but once you're inside the building, you just know where the rotations are going to be coming in from. You can cut out the rotations as an attacker, but at the same time, as a defender, you also have the counter plays. Layer, however, is almost the same, but it's a lot more open. So I would say Nighthaven, considering it's been quite a while in this game, it being in the competitive play, it has kind of set into the meta as well. For Fortress and Lair, it's gonna take some more time, but as I was talking about Villa, I do believe Villa will be coming back to the competitive pool as well, as Basement will be having an objective on the next season, as with the Dokkaebi rework. So I'm more excited to see what's coming next.
A little bit surprised on what's going to be happening here too, because I think that Dokkaebi is never going to be a character that's going to be out of meta unless they take away one
She
of her
won't
calls,
be.
right? Yeah, unless they take away one of her calls, there is no way this character is ever going to be out of the meta. But I do believe that with the recent addition of Solid Snake, if you do ban out Dokkaebi, he might be the next best thing to take its place if players are slowly starting to learn how to play him. He does have a pretty strong weapon in his arsenal, and the amount of utility he brings onto the table is something that no other character can. So I'm interested to see how a lot of professional teams are going to start to implement him as soon as they play a little bit more scrims on him.
I've played Solid Snake quite a little bit on the couple of days when after the season got released, and I would say Solid Snake is undoubtedly the person who can like speed up the pace of the game, because there have been occasions like any day you go to an objective, you probably throw a drone inside and clear every single angle, then you proceed to the objective or
True.
maybe a window door.
True.
But with Solid Snake, you don't even need to use your F. You don't need to scan. All you need to do is take that the screen on your hand, the Soliton
The
radar. I
iPad.
believe.
The
Dude, I have-
iPhone. The
I would say-
iPhone.
Technically, yes, but the bezels are so thick, man. So it's quite old, but then again, it is Solid Snake, and the Metal Gear Solid does have a pretty
Bro,
sweet
I
spot
had a
in my
Filipino,
heart.
right?
Yeah,
No, bro, I had a
exactly.
Filipino once during one of my matches, right? He said, "Bro, bring out the iPhone, bro. Tell me where he is." I lost my marbles as soon as he said, "Bring out the iPhone." I was like so dead. But yeah,
As
a
I
lot
said,
of
the
players have a lot of
cultures.
names for it.
Exactly. That, as I said, these are just the cultures people used to like describe things at. But my point is that Solid Snake, all you have to do is just scan the area. Okay, this area is completely clear, unless there's a vigil, of course, because vigil does counter him. But as of now, that's probably not going to be the case because I don't see any Solid Snake on the board. But we do get to see a pretty standard lineup from both of the sides with a Mountie as well. Does make sense because a lot of teams like to push up on the rafters pretty early on, just like Clubhouse. So having the Mountie doesn't
True.
surprise me whatsoever. And honestly, this is quite a standard bans coming in from their side as well. Thermite having 3 exothermic charge now. That I'm not gonna say that's overpowered. That's not a buff Thermite needed, but that's a Thermite buff which is really appreciated because sometimes you really have that moment where you get bandit tricks. So that kind of allows Thermite players to be a little bit more, how do I put it, forgiving. So that's
True.
something I do appreciate. But aside from that, everything looks pretty standard for me.
It's a quality of life change that they did for Thermite. A lot of players were like, "Oh my god, Thermite's gonna be the best hard breacher in the game right now," and I'm like, I don't think so. He's just gonna have a little bit more, I would say, leniency in the way that he can be played. If you get bandit tricked once, it's not the end of the world. You don't need to have that second hard breacher on the team to just fill in the gaps that your Thermite might have if he misses out on one of his charges. It allows you to have so much more diversity in your overall set compositions. You can play the trying to test it comp, of course, but it seems as though they're not going to be going in for something as such. Instead, I'm going to be stabilizing in a different margin. I do believe that I need to ask you, what do you think of the recent changes that they're making to shields? Because I still do think that people are going to be playing shields just because they know this is how the meta has been for so many years.
I do believe it's somewhat unaffected, except for the fact that the only nerf in this season was shields can just bash into untouched barricades anymore. So I would say, yeah, they're still gonna be in meta for a pretty long while, but I do want to see what happens on Season 3, because on Season 3, at least from the reveal we have seen in this Invitational, there will be a shield operator who can there will be an operator who can counter shields. So before that, I don't think shields are not gonna be going anywhere whatsoever. But well, we'll just have to wait and see. And for now, the attackers, I do love how they have taken space so quickly. They have nullified the control of Electric and taken control of Connector as well. That is going to allow them to go for a take onto IT as well and squeeze the defenders out of the objective onto the pillar side. I believe that's servers. Yeah, that's from server side. And if they want to be creative, they can also go from Fountain. But as of now, Aox, they kind of went for a complete reset over here. As I do believe they're kind of expecting somebody to be on the basement. I'm sorry, on the first floor. Solus is there, but he's not gonna be able to do too much from here as he's just burning
Wow.
time.
This is a really bad spot for them to be in, especially with the positions that they're playing for. Big shots coming in from the members of Beyond here. Good
Oh,
opening
no.
kills, and these vertical lines of sight are just so problematic to deal with. Beyond, they're playing the defensive side so well. They need to go in and clear this one out, but the shot just doesn't connect in the way that you would expect it. One by one, the members of Beyond are in full control. Last one's already spotted, and it's gonna be Gog who just comes in with the last shot from the SMG-11 to take everything away. Good opening kills, I would say. Biot just played it smart. They didn't really overcommit to any of the fights and allowed Aox to make all of the mistakes that they made to come in for the final cleanup.
Eox took very standard map control, which is appreciable, but I do believe they kind of forgot there might be someone on the basement side, and the vertical angles created by the side of VR were so damn perfect, if I might. So that's actually a pretty good opening from their side. That's also an indication they have done their studies onto this map, but that's just not round number one, and maybe Eox, that was a run for them to understand how their opposition is going to play as well. So now going to the basement side, things may take a turn. I do see a pretty standard lineup yet again, nothing too out of the ordinary. But wait a second, I just realized they have two flank watchers, so there's a very high chance they might focus on the vertical a little bit more religiously because yeah, Ram can definitely open up all the angles and allow you to go for the breach, but that's one operator for the vertical, while you have two operators for the vertical hole. So that is still something you can work with because there are a lot of players who goes for the top floor, opens up the IT wall, then goes for the window, and that creates that creates an extremely long line of sight onto the objective to get the electro claws or bandit batteries or even kills to some extent. If that's a strategy, go for it. But it can backfire because if you don't have the space, whose flank are you watching?
Absolutely. Playing for the space is going to be so crucial for them. But then again, Biot as a team have been relying on Aox to make those mistakes right in that earlier round. So if Aox are able to play it smartly, especially with the way that they utilize their drones, it's gonna be a little bit more better for them overall. What we do need to see now is the way that they can take these forward engagements going in. A couple of the good clearances here, the nade utilization was good, but Snakey's just not going to be risking that one. He wasted a lot of util, though, at the end of the day. He's able to take out two nades from the process. Gridlock's not going to be able to give us much utility into this round just yet, and without any more nades, it might cause a little bit of problems for Aox to try and clear out a lot of these close quarters positions that this map is zoned for. And they've only cleared out on the first floor, right? They still have a lot more of those different angles that they have to worry about. And Blanca, you could easily come in to go in for a game-changing play, but the drone usage is just so well played out. But Aox, they still lose out on one of their members. But with the Zofia going on down and soon to get picked up, Biot, they still have yet to lose out on a single bit of HP. They have all the util that they would have wanted, and all the Aox members, they're investing a lot to try and even take over second floor control.
I love how the players of VR are burning time here. They are not falling back whatsoever. Even though whenever they were falling back, they always have a rotation to hunker down on the attackers and then retake the position. And now the attackers, even if they think they have control of the top floor, guess what? The Valkyrie is already on the flank and he might be looking for some heads here as he's playing this so patiently, not letting any sounds or whatsoever go. He's gonna be snatchy, getting the first one onto Ryu. And now bigger problem is there's still a Valkyrie on the run, and this moment I said, never mind. The Valkyrie's still on the run. Nokka's gonna be taken out, but still, the biggest problem is the Valkyrie. Never mind, he will be taken out by Bastia. Now, the attackers do have some form of man advantage, as they have also taken out the Aruni. And now, on a 4v2 situation, if they can commit the objective, they should be fine. But the problem is, the attackers need to take the control and the map, positionings properly, because now with the Kate on the inside the objective alone, the Solis will be rendezvousing as well with 30 seconds left on the clock.
This is just a little bit questionable in the way that these fights are being taken as well. The members of Biot just kind of overcommitted for those engagements, I would say, and they overthought their spots. That's what's going to hurt them a bit here. The Kaid just so low on HP. He's not going to be able to do much either, as one by one, the players are just jumping on down everywhere and towards the side. Biot they're still gonna be able to survive here, and the one to fall is gonna be the Kaid instead. This is so big coming out from them. Positioning's good coming in from Blanca. He needs to find one kill. He's gonna be able to make it happen. The Troy end line of a shot, but the spray control just doesn't go in for the hit. The timing was everything right there. Imagine if he couldn't control the spray to the perfect degree when it came down to spraying that far. He would have died there, especially up against the P90. You're not going to be able to survive it.
The pre-firing meta has been in position for a pretty long time now. I think it's almost like 2 years, I believe, that everybody pre-fires everything. So that is just an indication of how good the game sense of the players are as well. The Ace understood that his teammate went down from that general angle, so he was like, okay, I know you're gonna peek me because you don't have any other choice. I'm just gonna pre-fire you, and there you have it. So Aox able to take proper map control and then wait for the execute on the dying seconds. Really appreciable. Bayot, nice attempt from their side, but mind you, it also went down to a 1v1. So I just can't count the side of Bayot quite yet. A pretty good attack from the side of the attackers, Aox, if I might, but at the same time, BR almost had it for themselves as well. The only downside they had was just the timing, but then again, it was something they could have worked. They can still work on with, and now we see a pretty exact, or should I say identical, lineup and setup from this, except for the mute, I think, being replaced by the Cade here. So they kind of understand that the attackers are really not focusing on their breach whatsoever. They're going for the map control and then going for the execute, which is appreciable because a lot of the teams tend to take default controls, which is still a lot of map control, because if you have the main breach opened up, the defenders will have to play inside of Exo, they'll have to play inside of Tank, and it's going to be difficult for them to play the main objective head on. You may have to hide behind the half walls and so on, but that's still a pretty good chunk of map control given away. But even after that, or with that being absent, the attackers showing up the flexibility is really appreciable as they start things off from the top floor yet again, going for the pre-fires, going for the drones, and I do see the silhouettes onto the tank side, sorry, onto the server side, and as it seems, attackers, they are finding some kind of successes, but Basti, he's just gonna be caught off guard by the timing from Snacky.
Yeah, this is just such a good and well played out round from them. They played their audio cues well, and these level of audio cue gameplay is what you need to see from players at such a high level. Aox now stuck in a pretty horrendous spot, especially losing out on Basti as well. They needed that buck to be present if they wanted to play those vertical lines of sight properly. I don't really think they have anything to clear out any of those floorboards anymore, so they need to try and brute force their fight from the bottom floor positions. Never mind, Ryu does have the super shorty in hand, but the thing is, the bullets on this thing is just way too limited, and it's not going to give you that much information compared to a buck.
Bullets are limited, but at the same time, the bigger problem is the distractibility. The skeleton key does a lot more destruction than all those mini shotguns we have combined. We have the super shorty, we have the ITA 12L, I believe it's called. They will not do the destruction you intended for. Yeah, you can use it as a discount shotgun or discount buck, but it's in the name for a reason, discount, as I said. And now they should be able to get rid of the mute jammer at least, but I do believe they don't need to do that whatsoever, considering the only hard breacher they have is Ace, and Ace doesn't even care if there's a mute jammer or not. The mute's still on the run here, as he's trying to find isolations and try to get some kills as well. Gog's gonna be able to find one. Asol is gonna be taxed significantly, and he will be taken out by Skill.
Yikes.
And now it is a 3-4 situation in favor of the defenders, and I believe the calls are there pretty well timed from the Zofia, but it's not gonna connect for some reason. I believe he was behind the cover or something, and now the attackers will have to chase down the defenders inside the objective. Zofia has control of cargo chairs, but then again, Paji able to get one onto, I believe that was Ace. And now in a 2v4 situation, they don't have the time or the luxury to go in for the dive. Solis is somewhat sorry, the castle is somewhat stuck there instead of cargo. He doesn't even care. Gets the first, they're looking for the second as well. There you have it.
Yeah, it just can't really do much when it comes out of the exo room. There's too many different angles and too many different avenues that you have to worry about. Losing out on the buck pretty much sealed the entire deal for this round. Even you know that, because if you can't play vertical on this map, then there is absolutely no way you're going to be able to take entry anywhere. Ram could have been a pretty good option, but I do believe they wanted a buck to just have a little bit more, how do you put it, a little bit more adaptability in the way that they wanted to approach the site. maybe they could have came in through the side of workshop. It could have been a bit more better if they wanted to put all their eggs into one basket and just maybe going for an execute from there, because without vertical control, dropping in from a hatch or even trying to come in from the staircase is just a suicide mission.
Well, it actually is, now that I think about it, because yeah, you do have hatches right next to both of the stairs, but you still gotta take proper control to even execute them, because otherwise you're just gonna be sitting ducks. That objective had three individual hatches. I believe one goes to the Animus, one goes to Exo, one goes to the cargo. And
Yeah.
yeah, you can have the bold decisions, but there's a very high chance it will backfire. And that's exactly why you need to go for the default breaches first. But if you have vertical control, sometimes those can be completely optional. For now, AOX, they have to understand and go for a complete reset onto that objective. But for now, this is not going to be the main target. They're gonna be have to go in for an IT breach first, or should I say, onto the top floor. But the bigger problem is the clash. I mean, there have been a lot of clash plays in the recent times in both pro leagues and semi-pro leagues and so on. And it makes sense because with the DMR meta and the shield meta, it's just, I mean, everybody just wants to make sure that they can burn time and they can get the kills as soon as possible. So it really doesn't surprise me, but I believe the attackers know there is a clash, as I do see the Capital being brought out. So it all comes down to the fact that how will they adapt to the current situation, or let's just say map setup. There's a pretty big setup from the attacking side, sorry, defensive side, if I might, because they do seem to be playing onto the bottom floor, the first floor as well. But there's a pretty high chance they will be hunted down this time, because last time I believe there was a Solus and the Mute underneath, and they got a lot of success. They got a lot of value. I mean, if it's the same case, I'm all in for it, but come on, AOX.
Let's see where they're gonna go now with this. A little bit more of a systematic approach is required for this. They're not really gonna be able to go anywhere close to this. Look at the way that Biot have set up everything.
Oh
They're
boy.
already looking for the initial fight, Gog. He needs to make a run for it. He actually gets killed. Never mind. He's not going to be the one to survive. Skilled instantly gets shut down. That's your Dogapi being taken out this early in the round. Cresto, that's the worst character for you to lose. And now you lost out on your Capital. These C4s getting chucked out by the members of Yod are just always finding their marks.
The amount of effort being put up to get rid of the Capital as well, that's just insane. But the defenders, they are definitely getting the nerve of the attackers, as it seems, because the attackers, they're kind of looking like they're lost at this point. They are stuck inside of elevator as well. That's a bigger problem to think about. They have electric control, but they don't have anywhere to fall back. The only escape they have is through the window, but I don't think they don't even want to go for that anymore, because instead they want to go for the fights head on. There will be an entry onto the IT side, chasing the Mira, but the Mira is just going to be way too smart. With 1 HP, she gets to survive, and now with a 2v3 situation, it does look very winnable for the attackers. The defenders, they need to make sure that they are holding the angles right and properly, with the timings need to be coming in their favor. Mira's gonna be going guys all up to the Solus now. I do believe they can go for the diffuser denial as well. And now Solus, there's just way too many markers on her screen. Shots will be dispatched, but none of them will be connecting. It's just an SMG-11 with 17 bullets, man. It's gonna be difficult, if not impossible. Doesn't have the shotgun, I believe. The P90 would have been a better choice, but for now, he'll have to go for the retake. The bees are gonna be there as well. Now he will be tagged, or forced to be tagged. The Grim, just waiting for his spray. And now with the audio cue as well, there's not much he can do.
Go through? Oh, how did they allow the Grim to go through the band phase even? Especially on a map like this, Grim is just gonna eat you out alive. Yeah, just kind of gave away a little bit too much free space to the members of AOX here. And they were able to capitalize. 2 for 2 is pretty much guaranteed here. This Nalka just can't really do much. He falls flat, and Beyond, even though they had a pretty decent start, but later on in the round, they just completely fell apart.
The attempt was really admirable, but they just kind of lost the pace midway. I mean, AOX especially, they had a pretty good control onto the IT side, and then they went to electrical, but somehow the mute timing was impeccable. He able to get a down first and then looking for the follow-ups as well. That was not supposed to be allowed, but he got what he was looking for. And now, even with that, he was able to recover from that. It's still something which needs a lot of credit. It needs some recognition. So I will not take the credits where it's due. So I mean, gotta give it to him. But for now, AOX, they do have an advantage that they are gonna be able to push the same objective yet again because basement side is blocked on the side of BYD. And I believe they have one basement and kitchen, so they'll have to go for the IT defense yet again, but this time around they are going for uppulse, considering they are not gonna be able to get the best values out of the Solus. I mean, they have been playing on the first floor pretty actively, let's just say, and if they can keep the pulse alive for X amount of time, they should be fine unless the opposition goes for a Deimos and hunts him down first. Grim being on the board doesn't quite surprise me, as you were talking about it, because for some reason they're focusing on the hard breaches. But anywho, Noka, you're surviving, so just let it have it.
Yeah. It's a pretty standard South Asia strategy, though, to just take off all the hard breachers in the game. Not
Yep.
really the region that we're playing in, but oh god, it's been a while since I last seen a strategy like that. Generally, the European players have a tendency of just opting to take out much more of the nuisances of information gathering operators and let those hard breachers go because they know how to counter it properly. But instead, seems to be the different strategy here as Blackbeard nearly got caught out by the Denari traps. They need to be careful in the way that they go forward. Could have been such a good catch, but beyond, they just come out on the top. Noga's going to be able to take out Exotic. That's the gridlock now being taken into consideration. The mirror window is now going to be causing even more problems, as it seemingly could just be the thing that brings them back down to earth. The trade comes in from either side, as Aox, they do lose out on their Blackbeard pretty early on in the fight, and now this is going to be a problem for them, because they still have to worry about the C4s every single time, Christo. I don't know how they do it. I think they have a 100% success rate when it comes down to the C4 utilization.
That they do, and they do get the timings as well, because somehow the opposition just doesn't know how to like counteract them whatsoever. They don't even send someone on the first floor to hunt him down, and now the Capital is gonna be kind of stuck in a barrel here. He is a fish in a barrel, if I might, and now he'll have to go for the push here. He can definitely fall back from the IT wall and then go for an isolation. There is someone under the catwalk, I believe. Never mind, there is nobody, but it's gonna be the Denari is gonna find the isolation and we'll go for the kill as well. So finally, we do get to see the defenders getting their success onto this objective, confirming that they will either have a equal half or a lead on after the first half. But AOX, I mean, let's just say that they know there's always someone on the first floor. So if they can target that player in particular, they should be fine going in forward. But the confidence is something I still admire, but you gotta know what's hurting you, let's just say. And only then you're probably gonna get the best of your successes. But now you're going to basement where the side of Biod, I forgot. Where they found the best of successes actually, because mind you, they didn't even allow the attackers to be near the objective. They took them out on the third floor, they took them out on the first floor, not even third floor, actually, second floor, and that's pretty much it.
It's that systematic approach that the members of Biot have, what's giving them such a significant edge. None of their players are really taking engagements unless there is a position where the members of AOX are trying to over-aggress. And you know what happens when a player is trying to take over space on one portion of the map? A couple of the other players are just going to get bombarded by comms of what's really going on in that particular angle. And Biot are just playing really well into that. They know the timings, and they're catching AOX completely off guard in a lot of instances. Demos, though, they get caught out a little bit here by the mute jammers, so they need to be careful in the way that he pushes forward with the scene now. Ryuk. Just have the Monty to give a little bit more leeway in the way that they push forward, but the real question is, how will Aox even play into this? Because multiple operators have already been caught out, but look at Aox's drones. They have almost nothing to play for. So information-wise, I do not know how they're going to be playing into this.
Just realized this is not the basement objective. Instead, they're going for kitchen as well. So I would say they want to take map control first and then proceed to the objective and maybe get some isolations down the line and then go for executes. But the problem is the defenders are definitely expecting that, as they have pretty much all the angles and sightlines open up for them to get information. As the Monty saw the castle on top of the hatch, all it for his teammates, and now they'll have to go for a completely different route. And maybe it's probably an ambush as well, because problem with cargo stairs is that it's such a narrow hallway that you will probably get off guard. While for Exo, at least you have some freedom to move around, but I guess for now we're not talking about freedom whatsoever. The mute being excessively aggressive there, but still makes it out alive, as the attackers still have the man advantages, or should I say, every single player alive on their board. Well, I should probably would have. Yeah, I should have not referred it anyways, because they're gonna be able to keep it up. Oh my God, skilled! He just jumps through the hatch and gets another one as well. Snacky is the last player surviving. 1v5 for him versus the world, and now a lot of problems for him because there's a Monty on his face first. As the plan goes down as well, there's no things, or should I say, nothing he can do to stop it. The Monty's trying to be a little bit more hungry here, as he's trying to get the kill for himself, but I guess they just want to feast on it. The players of AOX, they are definitely pissed, but guess what? Snacky's also as skilled, will be going off first, but then again, with the time going off, the Mute doesn't have much choice. He has to give it in, and he has to take the fights one by one, and he's just running around like as if it's Tom and Jerry. And now, with the time ticking, he's just stuck over here, and oh my lord, Monty, don't do this to him. He just pushing him with the shield with it fully extended, as if he doesn't even want to get the kill. And now Mute, there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of a sad spot for them to be in. And I do think that this purely happened because of one thing. AOX, they pulled off a really smart strategic play by clearing basement out first, because what generally happens, right, on that particular site is players will jump down over into basement and then try to play for the verticals as they're opting for a plan. This happens time in and time out on this particular instance. And as soon as the players from AOX came in from the basement side, you saw that there was another player waiting on that second floor position to walk in as soon as that noise was being made. The thing that Beyond have been doing in every single one of these fights up against AOX, when AOX is trying to take space, the members of Beyond are just constantly ready to try and isolate one player that will probably not be ready when the comms are going on through. AOX just played their mind games beautifully, taking over basement control, and then forcing the second floor players to just scramble around trying to get into a better spot to help the players that are in that first floor position, just cause everything to collapse together all at once. Proper map control utilization from the side of the attackers is just so crucial on this map, and AOX did the textbook play that pretty much reflected everything that we stand for in Siege.
That was actually pretty well said. Now that I think, I mean, I don't even have to think about it, because there is a lot of occasions people start things off from probably connector side, and honestly,
Exactly.
that is gonna be
This was so
contested.
unorthodox, right?
Exactly, because most of the times, yeah, you do start things from the top, because you know you can run the players down. But if you start from the bottom, there's a lot of chances you will probably get them off guard, considering that you can probably get yourself in a position where the defender doesn't even intend you to be at. That was supposed to be a place you wanted to play. For example, they were playing cargo, I believe, right? And when
they were playing
took
cargo, the hatch is open. They wanted to drop down as soon as they got pressured and then play for the vertical and force them to clear out the entirety of basement. But you cleared out basement first, so you took that opportunity away from them. So they were like, oh god, we are screwed. Where do we go now?
Moving out to locate a
I mean, there's a lot of people who may say that we need a buck inside of on the defensive side, because we need an operator who can vertical from the top, because we have players who can C4 from below. But I mean, come on, man, someone's gotta be on top as well. Wing, wing, not. But for now, the attackers, they do have a pretty good position to work around with, because it is a split coming in for so AOX. How is gonna be their defense coming in forward? Blanca starting things off from the IT wall. So yet again, pretty standard, but I believe someone is tending to rappel onto the catwalk, flush out the players, and I believe that's the case after all, because the Azami is definitely there playing on the catwalks, and now Azami is the primary target of opening up the windows, opening up all the lines of sight to make sure the Azami uses all of our Kiba barriers. And guess what? On top of that, we're also going to be having the Flores drones coming in to make sure that Azami doesn't survive. There is one thing I just remembered, that Azami can be countered Flores in a lot. Flores can counter Azami a little bit more strongly, considering he has LMG now, because you can spray the crap out of it.
Absolutely. They're just going to be able to find a lot of clearance, so the members of BR just in full control when it comes out of the catwalk position. Not really a lot of places where the members of AOX are playing smart here. I think I overglazed them a little bit after what happened in that last round. They had a proper strategy going into this, while here they just kind of W keyed their way forward, thinking that no one's gonna be playing on that side. I have no clue what just happened there from AOX, because they just got completely ran over. 3 different lines of sight already being broken in on over onto 1. Their players just kind of fell flat on it. Now it comes down to the last 2. Exotic and Basti. Exotic's gonna be good for 1 though at the bare minimum. The shotgun should be able to reign supreme from
Okay.
either side, but he missed out on the opportunity. Baji's gonna be the one who gets the kill instead. And Basti up against the world. 1v2 now. This is his world. He has the opportunity of a lifetime, but it's all dependent on if he takes his peak a little bit too far forward. If he plays this over aggressively, his toes are gonna get completely shut down, but Baji gets that perfect angle over onto 1. He got the clearance that he needed and the shot to connect. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Beyond for you on the attack side. Good initial start.
Beyond's map control and information dispatch is really on point, because I just realized, I mean, on the last seconds, the mute didn't have much choice whatsoever, because he was trapped by the Grim and was probably given us a call out from the fountain side as well, because the player knew where the mute is hiding behind the cover, because there was a vertical line of sight, vertical hole, and not a vertical hole, sorry, a full hole, and then the doorway. So he had to make a choice. Either I go swing and die to the player who's holding an angle on me, or I just wait for the player to swing me instead, and probably I have a chance. But the Grim kind of played it smart, understanding that yeah, the mute's gonna be holding the general line of sight. So instead, I'm just gonna crouch shoot the general direction and then peek from the other side, where he'll have to fix his crosshair placement. So pretty genius from their side and beyond. They have definitely shown that they are gonna be aggressive and they can be pretty strong at it. Considering the fact that they have taken control of Catwalk that quickly, and it goes to show. And now AOX, they'll have to put some form of utilities or some form of strategies to counteract that aggression. They will have to probably go for the Blackbeard ban on the second half. Well, the Electro Boys has been banned out, so Bia does have a pretty free reign to go for the breaches, considering that mute jammers are still available, but they don't even need to bring a hard breacher whatsoever. They can simply bring a can opener, and can openers do not get countered by mute jammers. So I would say Beyond, it's pretty well thought out from their side. And now AOX, what's gonna be their answers?
I have no idea what to expect now, because Beyond as a team, they're really changing up their strategies in a lot of these rounds, and it's pretty systematic in the way that they're doing this one too.
Oh, the
Good opener
jammer.
here early, coming in from the Thermite. Pretty standard from either end of this. I don't really think they have a lot to try and stop this one from being broken into. The real question now, though, is whether or not this hit's going to be even working for them. So many different spots that the members of Beyond could be coming in from once again. The warehouse player needs to be careful where he's standing, otherwise one catwalk position could just easily bring you back down. Beyond now looking for an opening kill at the bare minimum, because IT room controls can be giving away soon. The real question now, though, how Beyond are going to be playing for this. They're taking their time and they're just trying to bait out a little bit more utility from the members of the defense before they opt to go in for the hit. But the Blackbeard needs to be the one who comes in first.
I do believe he's gonna go in first, but I do love how the players of Beyond are waiting for a proper timing and a proper call out, and then they're gonna be fighting inside the area of Catwalk. But I guess the defenders have understood that there's a flood coming in. That's why they've left Rafters completely. That's admirable. That's a good read from their side, because if they hold on to Rafters for any longer, it's probably gonna be death sentence for the. Oh no, that was an oopsie and a half from the Thermite. But anywho, the Alruni gates are still gonna be taken off, so that's kind of good. But now the Blackbeard understands that there's nobody to be contesting onto that Rafter side, and now they'll have to take the defenders head on. Bigger problem is the ACOGs onto the defensive side. They have the DMR in the hands of Aruni. But I guess that's not going to be the bigger factor. Ryuk is going to be taken out, so the attackers do have an edge over here, and they can also go for the breaches onto this server side, command center side as well, and then probably proceed to the objective. So they have a lot of opportunities to go for that. But the defenders, I really can't say the same, because now everything they have needs to come down to timing. Blackbeard tosses the grenade in and tries to find the isolation. Oh boy, nice shot right from Dengu as he gets the first one onto the Blackbeard, and now timing is something they need to get their hands on. They need to get the isolations properly. And now the Thermite's probably going to be walking
seconds.
into the breach here. Things going to be coming in, but Gog's going to get it instead. And now the Flores, he needs to find this as well. And now the Flores is going to fall. And now it's pretty technically all onto the Aruni getting the first. Oh no, the Potato Fest! But so many players to go for. Good God. It's so well planned out, Aggie.
With a diffuser in this fight, there were 5 seconds left on the clock, and all of them just ran forward and towards him. Imagine if he was able to line up these people and just tap them out. It would have been a completely different story. Biad just played the clock down to the T. 20 seconds left, and they were still that calm going into that fight, playing for server like that. Good God, these players are just absolutely insane. Biad now just keeping us on our toes because the opposite side, Aox, just kind of fell flat a little bit. They need to play their cards out right. Otherwise, they're not going to be going as clean as you would have hoped for. Where do they go? Where do you hide? Where do you run? Because Aox now, they're 2 rounds away from taking a loss here. 1 round for Biot to get themselves onto match point. I'm worried now, Crystal, because I've yet to see an adaptation from Aox that can work.
We all are waiting for just that, actually. Because the way the players of VR, they're just hunkering down and they're just rushing in with proper callouts. I mean, at this one, they're just aura farming, let's just put it that way. Because they had full information on the Aruni, and then they sent 3 players to just hunt him down. Mind you, one of them was the Thermite with the diffuser. I mean, most of the times you're probably gonna say, "Hey, the objective's clear. Why wouldn't we just go for the breach and just have our way?" Guess what? They're not going for any of those whatsoever, and they're just gonna go for the breaches as well onto the main wall and to Animus wall as well with the Monty, and probably they're gonna just go for an FBI open up dive in here. And now there you have it. The Monty's just gonna dive in. They understand they can't stop them because there is no form of. Let's shotgun. 1 second. Are you serious? Never mind.
Why are you going first? Why are you going first?
With a shotgun as well.
What?
I guess they just feel the confidence in their veins at this moment, and they know that they have the objective. They don't even care if there's any roamers whatsoever. They just want to go for the plan, and they just want to make sure that they are done with this game as soon as possible. And now the rotation does come in from the defensive side, the attacking side, as they're going for the front breach instead. Maybe they're expecting the default mirror window to be empty, but guess what? It's not the case. The defenders, they're playing this patiently. And now with the Monty being onto the Animus window, that is a lot of pressure from the defenders because now they'll have to focus onto the Monty alone. Jaeger's gonna be going down, and now, wait a second, that is a pretty good angle. That's an insane angle, but I don't think it's gonna be beneficial whatsoever because there's a very high chance the attackers will simply ignore that. Exotic will be able to get one onto Gog though, but guess what? The plan's going down, and what is gonna be your answer? It's gonna be a C4 ring, and there you go. It's gonna be 3-2 as the attackers. Aura farming was fun, but I guess this is kind of something which is gonna make them pay now.
No one's even clearing him out. He's just sitting on the side of the tank. This is a tough spot. They don't really have anything to bring him out of the corner either. No real map control, no real players trying to play for the vertical lines of sight. And now it's just all about the runaround. All the way from the outskirts of the delivery area, they need to try and break their way in. Biad just put all their eggs into one basket, and the sledge. I mean, he went on a shopping trip, right? He probably saw a couple of discount eggs there, but instead,
Real.
we got the rotten ones. And Biad now are just suffering because of that fight.
That's why I don't shop from the places where they store expired items. But anyways, good attempt from the attacking side, but it kind of felt like that they were really overzealous, underestimating the opposition. I mean, yeah, you have the momentum, you have what it takes to take these aggressive controls, but not with the sledge shotgun. I mean, you can definitely do that. I'm a big fan of tree. You know tree games, Zaki, by any chance?
Yeah.
There's a guy, the guy who keeps smashing the bell onto what was the map's name? Skyscraper. He kills players and he taps the bell on Skyscraper. Have you seen the shorts on YouTube?
I know.
Yeah.
I have.
So yeah, you can do those. I'm a big fan. But come on, man. There's a very high chance the players are not playing on controllers. Wink, wink, not so. So, I mean, I'm all in for it, but it's just not something you can work every single time. And now with Biot still on the lead, that's advantageous for them. But Aox, this is probably their moment to recover the momentum they have or they can gain. Because now going for kitchen, they can definitely have a little bit more of a uniquer approach. But the bigger problem is on this map, sometimes you do need to deny the breaches as much as you can. And now with the Electro Bros being banned out, you're gonna have a way harder time. And honestly, on kitchen side, you can go for the hatch, the attackers. You can go for the hatch and go for the lobby wall, and you're probably gonna be golden. With thermite still on the board, mind you, that's gonna be a lot more of a hassle for them. But on the brighter side of like Aox has banned the Blackbeard, so
5 seconds to
that is
insertion.
something they kind of were struggling with. So I believe they should be fine with moving in
Attackers are
forward.
moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Where do they go with this one though is going to be another bigger question too. Because that last round for Biad just kind of came down to them not communicating with one another of what really was going to happen in an engagement like this. Aox kind of counting their lucky stars for that particular last round. Same thing may or may not happen once again because Biad, as a team, they have showcased that they have a lot of very in-depth strategies going for them, but some of their players are just, how do you put it? Very, very aggressive in the way that they want to take fights.
I'd say confident, but
Already
yeah, I
done
see where you're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do believe that they have a lot of really good early control. It's only barely been like 2 minutes, and the entirety of the second floor seemingly is just theirs for the taking.
Kind of feels like the defenders don't even want to contest the top floor, understanding that they don't have any resistance whatsoever. Instead, they just want to hunker down on the first floor and then just keep the attackers at bay, which can still work, but it's a little bit more of a uniquer approach. But then again, they don't have any choice considering the Electro Bros, but I do believe they're gonna be able to hide inside the objective and then just move in for the take. Attackers throwing utilities here and there and going for the verticals as well. And the defenders, they are playing under solid walls, solid floors. So that is admirable from their side, understanding that they cannot contest the verticalities, and then they're probably gonna be moving in for the takes. And now, as I was saying, Thermite will definitely gonna be going for the lobby wall as well. So quite a lot of map control gained by the attackers, but the defenders, if they can hide properly, only then they're gonna find success. Problem is, there's just way too many defenders offside already. So they gotta make sure the
Yeah,
ambush is
don't
gonna be
really-
coming in
this-
with time. It's
don't
gonna be
really like
risky,
where
Aggie,
this is
but yeah.
going. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Look at the early kill already coming on down in. Skill's gonna be the one to fall on the angle. They need to try and go in for a little bit more of a closer engagement for this. Dingu needs to try and find this frag at the bare minimum. If he doesn't, this is just all but over for his team. That one kill is pretty much gonna be the thing that sets the tempo for the rest of this round. It's still a pretty bad situation, and Dengu does fall. Noka's gonna be the one to bring him back down to earth. Beyond now, I have 2-man advantage, 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're really close to going in for this execute. Multiple angles have been cleared, and they do have a free path over in towards the site.
It does look to be the case for the time being, but the defenders, they're still not letting go of the map control whatsoever. And with the Shumika launchers in the hands, it does look like they should be able to find some success. But I guess the Ramos has something else to say about that, as now that Tachanka is going to be on the floor. It's all with the Frost under the kitchen counter. And there's just nothing the Frost can do at this moment. Because think about it, the attackers, they do take map control, but for some reason they're always getting, they're not never punished for the aggression they're putting up. Now Bior sitting on max points, I mean this is pretty much deserved from their side, but Aox, they just don't have the answer. A lot of times, when this map was introduced for the first time, I kid you not, the objective of kitchen, I used to call it under table gaming, because you can hide under every single tables in this map. And guess what? Playing under the tables, we won the round. I mean, we used to win the round because I didn't have any strategies whatsoever in my head. All I used to do is hide under the tables with all my teammates, because again, there's a lot of tables there, and you can probably get the one-way angle onto the opposition, because even they're gonna be confused that, okay, what the hell's happening? And that's one way you can counter the verticality. Play the objective. Under table gaming, by the way.
This is what you kind of expect too, right? Because I don't think that Aox have a proper read on this map. This possibly isn't a map that they have a lot of practice on. It's kind of the problem.
5 seconds left.
Beyond in a lot of these rounds are really just coming down to one thing and one thing only.
Attackers objective is
them being able to catch out the members of AOX out of position in multiple different fights. Very similar to what AOX did. They have a couple of good ideas on this map, right? I wouldn't say they are a bad team, but they
They're amazing,
kind of get
actually, but-
lost in, yeah, they are a squad that get lost on one singular idea. And if that idea doesn't work, they can't really adapt as quickly. That's one of their biggest flaws. If their plan works out early on in the round, they're not going to be the ones to lose whatsoever because their plan is that well fleshed out.
That is indeed true, but they do tend to lose the momentum and the tempo pretty quickly. Biot, however, waits for the perfect time and then they goes for the execute. So it is admirable from their side, but AOX, at least after 10 rounds into the game, I do believe AOX should understand that, okay, they don't push up pretty quickly. So what they do instead is take some time and then they goes for a sudden aggression, a surprise attack, let's just say. So that's something which should be expected, but I kind of do believe that the players of AOX are kind of having a panic attack because I did see the Azami almost taking out his own Echo drone. But for now, the Azami does have some backup from the Echo, but I guess it's not going to be enough because every single soul will just hunt down the Azami. Poor guy. And now, attackers, they have complete control of Raptors as well. And now that's what I was talking about from the side of VR, because they just have the confidence to just dive in. AOX, they can have the answers, but the problem is the speed from the side of VR is just unparalleled. And now in a 3v5 situation, the defenders, they need to make sure that they're holding the proper angles, and they gotta make sure that they also find the timing because it's getting really difficult. And now, I kind of would say, as the attackers have been playing slow on the earlier side or earlier rounds, or earlier seconds of the rounds, I would say go aggressive first. But I guess it's not going to be the case after all. It's all up to the Warden, and guess it's going to be flawless on to wrap it up. Good God. AOX, nice attempt, but Biot, they're just on fire.
I have really nothing to say. These last couple of rounds were them just holding their W keys and just completely shutting them down. It was a recurring theme, right? In a lot of these rounds, they didn't really even have to break a lot of the utility. The entirety of Catwalk being given away, the AP control just being lost, server room, the players just not really playing for the perfect of peaks. It's just, I don't know where they want to go with this. The members of AOX just kind of lost their overall direction. The way that they were playing on the attack side, it feels as though they put all their eggs into one basket. And when it came down to that defensive side, it just felt too static. They were not adapting to anything that was being thrown at them from that attack point. And hopefully they're going to be able to come back even stronger because don't forget, this is still the group stages, right? So there's still a bunch of matches that they're going to be playing. This is all cross groups after all. There's a lot more chances for them to rack up the points and come back even stronger. That's why the start of the season is just a little bit rough for a lot of these teams, especially the underdog squads. And I do believe that AOX have showcased that, yes, they have the markings of a good team, but they need time to really get to a point where they can contest a great squad such as Biot.
That's for certain. And I would say BR was actually a team who got really somewhat lucky, if I might, because they did the exact same thing over and over again. Let's just take the attack onto the top floor every single time. They have taken control of Raptors and then they have proceeded to the objective. Where do they start? They usually open up the IT wall and then they goes for the window onto the Raptor side, and then they do what they do. The pattern is there. That's something the players of AO just could not recognize, and even if they did it way too late. So it kind of paid for it. But at the same time, I would not say AOX were not able to put up a good fight because they did take 4 rounds, and to some occasions they had insane recovery as well. But for now, it's gonna be out who will be that tad bit better. But I guess that's not something which should be like highlighted a lot because again, the players you have potentials and they will do way better on the upcoming rounds and the upcoming stages as well. So I'm gonna be expecting them to be on the boards as well. And probably, as you said, it's a group stage, so there's a very high chance, and I really hope they will meet against each other yet again. And probably the next time the odds will be a little bit more favorable for either of the sides.
Absolutely. We're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break, ladies and gentlemen, as we set up game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more Rainbow Six Siege action.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eon Series Season 6, as we are now here for the third game of the day for the group stages. Don't forget that this season has just started, so this is the first initial play day where all the teams are self-beating each other out. And I really do regret saying that one right now because
Yeah,
the
I
team
was
names are
thinking
going to be
about it.
quite
I was thinking about
interesting.
it.
It's going to be for this one, but a short recap, ladies and gentlemen, for what happened in game number 1 and game number 2. It was an 8-6 scoreline victory for Valid Unit going up against Griffin Esports, a hard-fought victory. Going into the second game, though, it was AOX up against the side of Beyond Esports, and Beyond Esports just took a pretty, like, I would say, convincing landslide victory up against AOX, just because AOX really couldn't find a proper foothold when it came down to their defensive side of Nighthaven Labs. But now I'm gonna let you say it. I won't say it.
No, I'm not falling for that, man. Between the teams we have, well, I would say that I'll let the audience decide because the logos will speak for itself. Well, it's gonna be PG versus the other team I forgot the name of because PG is something I cannot. I don't know if it's legal, man. I don't know. Yeah, right.
I mean, it's E-Wave. I'm pretty sure that
E-Wave, yeah.
E-Wave have a pretty good way of winning this entire matchup because E-Wave as a team, they're easily one of the top teams in the entirety of Europe, right? When it comes down to the tier 2 scene. This squad has proven themselves to easily be one of the best when they have a good day. When they have a bad day, they're just on the side of being average to being worse than a lot of the tier 3 teams. But then again, like E-Wave as a squad, they know how to prove themselves in a lot of different ways. And I'm really hoping to see the E-Wave that can easily contest and get up to that tier 2 spot and be in contention against all of the other great teams. But what I am much more interested to see now is how the other squad is going to be playing. But first of all, let's talk about the teams, of course, the team cards, something that my producer has been wanting to showcase to us for so long. Let's jump on out over into the first one and showcase exactly what E-Wave have in store for us, because this E-Wave Academy roster, they are easily, I would say, one of the better teams that we have seen coming out from this league. And being on the third seed placement, this squad are really looking to be a team that can take over this entire league if they're given the spotlight.
Well, these are somewhat new players from my side actually because I haven't seen them in action quite yet. But now with the introduction, I do now have a lot of expectations from their side because it does look like they have a pretty good positioning to work with as well with the information on the screen as well. I mean, there is one thing I do want to talk about, which is something my German viewers will understand that there's a player who's called DB, who's the only non-German player. Does DB mean Deutsche Bahn? Because I hope that's not going to be too late. If you know, you know. Because aside from that, I do believe the players are going to be pretty confident moving in forward because it's not very important, but the language barriers in Europe can something is sometimes a pretty big factor. There's a lot of teams who like have a preferred mother tongue. I mean, they have the mother tongue to be their tone of communication. So if that's the case, they have they won't be having any communication gap or whatsoever. I mean, then again, there's a lot of teams who does have English as their main communication factor. So they're still doing good even in the six invitationals, but again, this is something somewhat new to me because I haven't seen them in action. That's something I'm gonna be seeing more into the game itself. But I do want to see what is available on the other side as well. As I hope nobody sees the name here, as I do see the German boys once again with one Austrian guy. But yeah. But aside from that, it does look like they're not too far away when it comes to the how do I put it? The team positioning, because I believe the previous team was on number 3 on placement. Now this one's on number 4, and they have a winner of 100%. So if they have a winner of 100%, does Lair mean that they have never played Lair, or I don't know? Where does the numbers come from?
There is easily their worst map accordingly to the statistics. So
Like how
I'm a
so?
bit
It's 100%.
interested. 100% probably on their best map of Chalet that they have showcased on the statistical value, because don't forget, a lot of the values that we do have coming out from this team is from our previous series, and then of course the overall like video page that we have for them. So sorry, the OPL, whatever it showcases to us. But here in the Eon series, even if you have pretty good statistics, you cannot count the team out. I mean, you've seen this time in a time out that a lot of big upsets happen to even the best of teams when it comes down to this series. But of course, our guys from the PG,
are, I would say, in the spotlight just for their names themselves. We can jump on down over into the map selection to see exactly how the overall ban phase has been looking like for this team, and Lair being the map pickup for it
I
is
love it.
not that big of a not that big of a surprise. We're not going to be talking about two controller buttons as you talked about it when we were chilling in the back end seats. But Lair getting picked up here from both of these squads, especially from E-Wave, is not that big a surprise because E-Wave as a team, they like to play a little bit more gunfight oriented. But up against PG, a squad that have showcased that they do have a lot of big names when it comes down to their raw mechanical gameplay. Lair might be one of those biggest downfalls that E-Wave are not really looking forward to.
Again, Lair is a map where a lot of teams tend to be a little bit more creative on their approaches, so that's something I'm going to be looking forward to. So, considering me, who doesn't have much ideas about the players here, so I would actually say that I want to be surprised. So, with the players speaking Deutsch, legen wir los, and now we're getting into Deimos's Lair. Well, even though Chaos Legion should not be existing anymore because of the lore of Rainbow Six Siege, but the map still stands. As the players will definitely make it a little bit more heaped up as we get into action. Getting into the ban phase first, as it's gonna be PG starting things off from defense on the defensive side, and wasn't it E-Waves?
E-Waves. Don't
It's
worry.
E-Waves
My
on
boy.
screen.
It's okay.
Oh,
It's okay.
it's fine. It's fine.
E-Waves.
I got confused for a second, but yeah. So it's gonna be on the attacking side, and I believe the Electro Bros are gonna be banned yet again. And I'm sorry, I just have to say something. I just realized the logo of PG is from Among Us. As
I
it
know.
is indeed sus. I didn't see it. I just realized it.
My brother thought they were two controllers at the time, and
Hey,
now he realized it's
You
from
can't blame
Among
me,
Us.
man. Come on, I'm innocent. It's Ramadan for a reason.
Surely, haram, brother. You need to be halal very soon. Thankfully, you already had your iftar, so you can be as haram as you want until Sehri.
Real. Why'd you get to say that? Come on. Oh well. Anywho, we're gonna be getting into the game now, as we're gonna be starting things up onto the top floor from Deimos's office. And this time around, we're not gonna be seeing a banded ban. That's kind of interesting because a lot of teams do tend to ban out both of the Electro Bros initially and keep the Mera for the later rounds. But I guess the players of E-Wave just wants to make sure that they don't wanna invest a dedicated utility flush out the Mera from any given position. So admirable from their side, but at the same time, I do wonder what's going to be the strategy from the side of PG. I do see a Tachanka with everything else pretty much in standard convention, if I might. So if they start things off from the operational side, or maybe even from the hallways of the R6 hallway, they should be having a lot of chances. But even then, a lot of these teams have been showing a lot of creativity. Sometimes they even goes from the basement. So if they start things off from there, maybe we're gonna be seeing something out of the hats. But as of now, it's gonna be PG. It's gonna be a little bit more aggressive onto the spawn peaks, but I guess that's not gonna be the main target. Attackers, they will start things off from the shooting range, as it seems.
Yeah, seemingly it's gonna be another opportunity for them. Deckies looking for a little bit more of an aggressive fight of his own accord, but he's just not gonna be able to find it yet. All these spots already being figured out. Position's good coming out from them overall. Z-Wave now. They're trying to work their way up as quickly as they possibly can. There's a lot of space for them to still cover. The Chonga taking a good chunk of damage here if he's not careful. Bibzo tries to take engagement, but it's going to be DB who gets that first initial kill. E-Waves already finding those opening pickups, and it's a 2-bar out to get shut down early as well. That's going to make a lot more of the problems to start to rain awry. As DB just instantly catches out on the two players. That's your Tachanka now gone this early on in the round. You don't have the Shamika launchers anymore to cause a lot of the nuisances that this particular side is known for.
Not only that, losing the 2-barrel so early on, that also loses a chance of your breacher to be a little bit more less effective. I mean, you can still go for the bandit tricks, but it does leave a lot of risks here. And now, attackers, they still have a man advantage, but as I believe the Azami is going to be able to make a difference here, as he's trying to do some damage to the Thatcher in the distance. Avoid will be able to get rid of Papa here, and now the refrag does come in from onto the side of DB from Nova, but I guess the attackers, they're just gonna be unstoppable for the time. It's all up to Flo now in a 1v3. Does know the location of the Thatcher, will get the kill. Sorry, not the Thatcher, it was probably the Ash, yeah. He does get the kill, but now it's somewhat winnable if you ask me, because both of the players on the attacking side are somewhat low on
So
HP. Needs to find the
dangerous.
isolation. It's gonna be the IQ, it's gonna be the first line of defense. And now goes down. It's all up to the old dog here. It's none other than the Thatcher, but he will connect the shots as Leon does make it a saving grace. It almost didn't go in their favor because, mind you, Azami had a perfect position to clutch it out. But hopefully, the side of E-Wave, they played it patiently. But mind you, it was not something I cannot appreciate the side of PG either, because they were able to recover from a 3v5 into a 1v1. So good stuff. But now PG, they'll understand how their opposition is gonna play, and they have to counteract according to that.
Good God, that particular fight just went in the worst possible direction that he could have. But E-Wave, riding the highs of their entire setup, they were able to go in for a bit more of a stabilization, but they need to be careful of how many 1v1s they're going to be giving away. You know how I feel about this. Whenever you have a man advantage, I don't care where you're standing, I want you to run back, get outside of the building. If you have to, reconsider your options and then go in and take a fight. Because you never want to give up any form of a 1v1 to your opponents where they can equalize things out. But even then, E-Waves able to pick up those fallen pieces and come back even better than ever.
10
Now
seconds
though,
remaining.
how far do you want to go with this one? How far do you want to take this overall engagement? Because for now, E-Waves, they went in for one set of strategies, but with PG now completely switching out their overall engagement, now picking up the clash instead to just cause even more of a bigger nuisance to the attack as they're trying to rush their way forward. This one Dokupi is going to be their saving grace. If this Dokupi dies out early, you know that E-Waves have no way of getting a good clear on these roamers anywhere.
They can definitely use a lot more utilities or maybe send some drones in, but Dokkaebi and Solid Snake in general can definitely flush out the roamers way more easily compared to the drone works, because drone works does take some time and effort as well. But I believe the attackers will have to focus a little bit more on the timing here, because mind you, the opposition has a clash, and as the clock goes down, or should I say, as midnight strikes, the clash just becomes a nightmare, way more stronger, because you don't have the time or nor the patience which is going to be available to you to deal with that clash. But I guess that's something they'll have to worry about for later for the time being. As Nova, I kind of expect him to know the location of the IQ as it seems, but it's going to be the Dokkaebi, as you were talking about it, making lives a little bit more difficult for the side of PG. But hopefully, because of the phone call before the Dokkaebi went out, will do some bring some value onto the IQ, as he will be able to get rid of the Solis onto the first floor, main door side. And now with an equalization on their board, the attackers, they do have a choice to go for a skylight breach, if you ask me, or maybe a push onto the toilet as well. But even then, the problem is they don't have the control of what's it called, the operational. And maybe then they're gonna be able to go for a map control of their own. I kind of believe it's gonna be a take onto storage hole after all, because there's a heavy presence of the attacking side onto that general area. So Clash needs to be there right now and right here, as Clash knows, Zami knows, and now they're just trying to fend off the defenders, attackers as long as they can. And the pre-fights do come in, but nothing to be connecting.
It's just the positional advantages that you wanted to have on the team. For now, they're looking to be in a bit more of a better position overall. Members of PG losing out on a member that early on, it's going to be a problem for them, but without the Dokkaebi, it's going to be an even more of a bigger nuisance. The shots just keep on connecting the members of E-Wave, just showcasing why their raw mechanical skill is their highest forte. Leon comes in even stronger, goes in for another kill. A player
Oh,
goes
no.
in the corner side. They can't really go anywhere. This Clash is not getting any form of value. Avoid 78 just gets another one for himself, and one by one, the players just keep on falling like dominoes. The members of E-Waves are just absolutely insane to their own degree. This academy roster are here to showcase that they are taught by the very best.
That's so certain. They're being so patient and they're taking the fights one by one, and at the same time, they're not flinching whatsoever. They take the first, even if they lose the first one, they just know how to capitalize on the information left behind. And I loved how they flushed out the Clash as well. The Clash was kind of stuck in a barrel there, so he was panicking. Well, unfortunately, he did miss the shots onto the air jab, but even after that, the timing from the Zofia from the window from R6 hallway just took him out. And guess what? They didn't even need to focus on the Clash anymore. They just have the objective control. And now PG, they'll have to bring a little bit more of a unique approach to take this head on. They do have the new, the buffed up Scopos this time around, as Scopos is technically the best roamer in the game because you can definitely make rotations on your own. You have one of the best, if not the best, gun on defense. I mean, we still have to like find out if it is because I feel like that gun doesn't have any recoil whatsoever. But even aside from that, if they have the advantage, they have the how do I put it?
Attackers must locate and
Moments
defuse the
to
bomb.
capitalize on those, but evaves they just find the openings one at a time, and somehow they just get away with something which not should not even be punished, which not shouldn't be how do I put it, usable, or which should be punished, if I might. But honestly, I can't even say that because their executions are so pinpoint accurate that they just it's just impeccable. It's respectable. It's impeccable, and something which really deserves compliments.
Absolutely. The way that this team has been playing, it's been a generational run too. Because Iwi's Academy, this particular roster, I've been following them for a while too, right? Their players have improved drastically over time. They still have the couple of bits and bobs that they always do have to worry about, but
I don't think that works.
yeah, no, it doesn't work. But I think he just wanted to, you know, give a little bit of a tap on the shoulder. And it seems as though the first initial kill ultra is going to go through it. That's going to be the Valkyrie who takes the back seat. But still, the Valkyrie does have those, have the, what's the word for it? I forgot. The passive utility that she had already brought onto the table initially in the round. So even if she dies out early, you don't have the C4s to cause some pressure. But regardless, she's able to bring value in the basis of information. It is a one-for-one trait. Losing out on your Nomad is going to be a little bit problematic, especially when it comes down to the defensive holds of the attackers. They're going to get flanked out a bit more often, but it does depend on whether or not PG are going to be able to pick up on it and find those openings.
Oh, that's just one factor to work on, but I do believe the attackers, they're just taking way too much. I mean, sorry, the defenders, they're kind of being overzealous here because, you know, Aggie, I do appreciate having the clash on the board, but being that aggressive needs a lot of, it's a lot of stakes, you know, because you're technically leaving the objective. The castle you have, or the fortifications you have, you're leaving that inside the, I mean, leaving it completely. And now the attackers simply can ignore you and go for a objective take. And I guess that's gonna be the primary target here because now the clash was forced to fall back, but that's still a lot of time which could have been utilized with the defensive side instead. But now I guess that's something they can still keep alive. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking a lot of things at the moment because I'm not able to get a proper read onto the defenders here whatsoever. E-Wave, they are playing this patiently, and I do appreciate they are just making sure the isolation is gonna be coming in their favor. Nova, good double kill from him, and now it's all up to the IQ now. So pretty good capitalization from the Scopos there, but guess what? If the Scopos didn't find the timing, it would have been a massacre and a half. But kudos to the side of PG for the time being because this is something they really needed. As Bandit goes a little bit hungry here, more than he could have chewed, but it's gonna be Nova, who will be a supernova here, getting a 3K for his own. And I must admit, he played off with the information which were fed to him by his teammates. So this is where PG can definitely stall the momentum of the opposition, even though it was, let's be very honest, it was really scattered because Clash leaving the objective and so on and so forth. It does work, but most of the time, Clash players are annoying because you need to take control of the objective, and that's why the Clash is there. If the Clash is somewhere else, guess what? I don't need to deal with you because I can just go for your objective. You have to deal with me.
Absolutely. That's kind of the thing about all of this. As the members of PG, one of the biggest advantages they had in this particular round is a level of control that E-Waves just gave to them. In those last couple of rounds where E-Wave were the ones to win, they were completely isolating out every single one of the players so they couldn't move out from anywhere. E-Waves just didn't really have a lot of control towards that basement side. They needed a player to come in from the side of the staircase to just pincer the enemies out, but instead they all just tried to play for the vertical line side without having a proper vertical op to just break through a lot of those lines that they needed to. This just, I don't know, it was a half-cooked out plan from the side of E-Waves, and this is kind of one of the reasons why they are a squad that is still up and coming. They have the aim right. You can see when it comes down to the mechanical skill, the players are already prepped to the highest degree, but that urgency of adaptability is just not there in their arsenal just yet. They have those moments of brilliance, but it's just too far in between for them to be the top contender in PG. They were just able to capitalize on top of it. They broke down the plans of E-Waves as they didn't really have the players that they needed to go in for the hit. And then just everything fell apart.
It did fall apart, but again, it's kind of difficult for me to make this verdict for the time being because it's one round as well. So it's a lot of like back and forth moments coming in, even for the previous game actually, because even there was a 7-4, I believe, in the favor of I forgot the team's name. Never mind. There were moments the losing team were able to make a pretty solid plays, and this goes to show that yeah, they have potential, but that's just an extra mile they have to pursue because you can be a good player, but you being persistent is gonna differentiate you and a great player. I mean, the words do go hand in hand. They are synonyms, but are they? For now, E-Waves, they have a pretty good lead, if you ask me, and I do believe they're gonna be going for the same exact take. But PG, what's gonna be their answer? For the time being, they will lose Flo yet again, and somehow Flo's not having the best of his games as it seems because he is actually having a lot of hard time when it comes to having those the first line of engagements. Flash is gonna be there to contest the Dokkaebi, but I do love what the Buck is gonna be up to here. If he can find the players from below, probably the Bandit or probably the player playing onto the lines of sight of, what's it called, command center, he should be able to take a lot of map control for his teammates as they are technically being forced out to planes at the objective.
That would have been a really bad kill if we did lose out on Nova there. PG able to survive and Goon another day. But the thing is,
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Did you just say that, Aggie? Come on.
I have to at least once. Otherwise, Kadir is just gonna get away with too much. For now, though, E-Waves are looking to find one kill at least from the other side here. They're playing a very good vertical line of sight, to say the very least, but members of PG are just able to circumvent it. So
timing.
good initial kill, taking out a Void 78, but the immediate trade-off comes in. It's gonna be Tex who takes down Papa. And one by one, the members of PG are falling like flies. They can't really find an opener that they needed. There's too many open floorboards for them to worry about. Last is already spotted as Yoon. It's pretty much done and dusted, I do believe. They know his exact positions. They hear the footsteps. They're going to be opting for the pre-fire at any second. Doesn't have the bullets to keep the fight going. And just doesn't really have the aim to make it happen either. This is a sad fight to be had, but very good angle isolation. And of course, good utilization of the vertical line of sight being created by the Buck to force the opponents into very uncomfortable situations. Even if PG was able to get that kill onto the Buck, the amount of chaos he was able to cause was just enough for E-Waves to pounce on their opponents and completely take over that second floor position.
Absolutely. Not to mention the players of a PG, they were able to like hunker down pretty long, but I kind of believe that when it comes to the coordination of the side of E-Waves, how do I put it? He just like not he exactly. They were able to like get the informations riled up so quickly because they haven't like. Let me just put it this way: when they execute from the side of E-Wave stars, they don't stop whatsoever. They just have the proper timing, they have the proper execution, they have the proper call-outs as well. The Bandit, the last player surviving,
Absolutely.
well, guess what? He didn't have any choice whatsoever with a 1v3, with everybody knowing your location. I have to give kudos to the Bandit though, because he was playing on the mask room because he wanted a Bandit trick. But guess what? They are not even focusing on the breaches. They're just going in for the frag that they're getting openings. And that just goes to show that you have the advantage to get inside of your in the nerves of your opposition. And at the same time, you are getting openings because now your position, should I say the defenders, they'll have to reposition themselves and play something which they didn't need to play to begin with. Good strategy on the side of E-Waves, if you ask me.
Yeah, E-Waves has just been so confident in their overall approach, and that confidence has been giving them so many different ways that they can play for. But I do believe that this might take a little while longer, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give the team some time to sort everything out and get themselves back in towards the game. We're going to be heading on down into a very short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Walker R6 action.
Attackers need to locate and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to be back into the action after a little oopsie from the player side as a disconnection happened. And now getting in back into the action here. If you have not been keeping up, it's E-Waves versus PG 3-1. And now E-Waves has a pretty good lead, or should I say a position to work around with as we go back to the top floor yet again. Mind you, PG are on defense. And considering this map, I wouldn't say it's a defensive favored map, but you can have the moments where you can just feel unstoppable on defense. PG is kind of having an oopsie of a game over here, but I would still say there's a lot of chances. They can definitely go for an equalization or maybe a 4-2 at bare minimum. But then again, E-Wave, the way they have been playing, good God, they look unstoppable.
Absolutely. E-Waves and their overall mechanical skill has just been the biggest game changer for them. In a lot of these fights, you can tell that E-Waves as a team have just really relied on their mechanical skill to be their primary forte, but they have not really fallen back on the strategy either. On some rounds, they have been a little bit shaky, but they're showing the adaptability. And that adaptation is what is setting them apart from the side of PG. PG have yet to get a proper read on exactly what E-Waves are trying to do. And mind you, E-Waves is on the attack side. They're not even on the defense. So arguably they're having a little bit more of a difficult time for that very reason. This map does favor the attack a little bit because the defense has to worry about like 1,500 different angles. That's why I hate Lair. You cannot change.
That's
my
a
mind
skill
otherwise.
issue.
No, I do not care. I'm gonna say this all day, every single day, that this map should not exist in the map pool, and I would rather play Fortress.
Fortress is a good map. I'll fight you any day. But this map, I mean, this is probably one of the best maps we have had in the previous year when Deimos was introduced into the game. But
Sure,
anywho,
buddy.
all right, I'm gonna let you have your dreams and nightmares for the time being because, yeah, I mean, come on, guys. This guy doesn't even have a good rank in Siege. Don't mind it. Now, the players, however, do, as they are gonna be able to take some map control over here, as they do have a solid run, if you ask me here, Aggie. Because think about it, they have taken control of R6, sorry, storage hold it pretty quickly, and now if they want, they can also go for R6 room from the toilet side. And previously, we have seen the exact same push from this area code. And if they find success through that, that's gonna be a big question mark from the side of PG because these are not supposed to work out. These are not supposed to be allowed. And for now, E-Waves, sorry, they are taking their time and probably going for a hit from command center as well. Because I do not see any heart breacher available. I don't think they need it anymore. The Thatcher is just there to disable the utilities. And if they can, we should be just fine moving in forward.
Yikes. You nearly got his head chopped off there on an angle if he wasn't careful. Multiple players are falling like flies because of it. And Dogopi still has a call up and ready if he's able to utilize it. But the real question being, how fast can they even go in for this hit?
Oof.
Nova, oh my god, nearly got a fadeaway right there. All their players are just all in one spot. Nova's going to be opting for a little bit more of a wraparound play of his own accord. Is on low HP, so playing it smart is going to be crucial. 27 seconds left on the clock. The members of E-Waves are running it down a little bit too much here. They're already at a man disadvantage. They need to go in for something big. DB, he gets a perfect read. Being able to shut down Papa here. 16 seconds left. They need to be quick about this. I don't know where they're going to be going in for this one. The angle's not that good. He needs to try and go in for the fight, but the Fulton sound already comes in. That's going to be another one to fall. Players are just dropping down left, right, and center, and it's going to be the members of PG who hold everything down. And there is nothing that you can do to try and take this side away from them. R6 room is theirs. And Deimos' face, he's just sitting on the wall looking pretty. None of the attackers were even able to enter onto the site just because the members of E-Waves took a little bit too long to go in for that setup.
They were waiting for a cue probably, but at the same time, it kind of felt like that they were lost because they were not sure how do they even take this objective head on. Because after the Doki took out the smoke, that should be your cue that okay, we have some map control, we can go aggressive. But instead of that, they were scattered. They went for the R6 hallway window, and honestly, that's kind of an oopsie there because that area is solid, and most of the times you can't even contest that area if you don't have control of bathroom window. But for now. PG, this is something they needed for a very long time. 3-2, they can definitely make it a 3-3 now. And I do believe they have an element of surprise available because they are hiding with the pulse, so they don't want an IQ or any form of counterplay to be on the play to play against the pulse. Because the pulse wants to play free and he will be allowed to, as it seems. While the attackers, they have kind of gone for a shuffle of their own, understanding this as a baseline objective. They're going for a knock instead of a Zofia, which is interesting if you ask me, because most of the times when it comes to competitive play, a lot of players will just call it out. Nock and Caveira are ghosts in this game. They are Rainbow Six Siege is not a stealth game, even though we have Sam Fisher, we have Solid Snake in the game, two legendary stealth game heroes, but come on, man, it's just not, because a player will simply just call it out. It doesn't happen that in a game where you kill someone and someone just say must have been the wind, because this time people will say, hey, it's that player, he's on this position, probably crouching, probably standing something. And these are positions where knock players can usually be used against the cameras, but that's exactly where the values tend to end. But I guess that's still not something they'll have to worry about, as they're starting things off from the store, from the warehouse side. Kazami, a lot of pressure on his side, on his shoulder, will be forced to fall back. Not to mention the Dokibi has already taken control of barrels, and now the Azami barriers will not survive anymore. Considering there's two DMRs actually, so DMRs are the hardest counters for Azami. And now again, the attackers, they have taken solid control onto this area. No calls. I'm sorry, the calls are still loading. I just realized. And now, what's going to be the game plan? DB, nice shot onto Flow. Does the pulse as well? That's gonna hurt.
This is not a fight that you want to take, not anymore. The members of E-Waves already taken off that first initial engagement. Did shut down the Dokkaebi though, but both of the calls were already utilized, so not really the end of the world for this kind of an engagement. They need to be careful though in the way that they take this earlier fight. I do believe that Bucket already has the information that he needs for this one. Papa, now on the angle, it's already giving away a bit of information. The nade's going to be forcing him off the angle. You see me leave this one through. The room is now in the hands of the attackers, but Nook opting for a bit of a spam, and immediately Facebook's going to be the one to bring him back down to earth. Possibility of a 3-3 scoreline pretty much apparent here, unless we see a miracle happen from the last two remaining members of Waves.
They do have amazing guns on the board, and they have pretty good fragging potential as well. But I don't think that's gonna be the breaking factor here, because they'll have to find isolations. Pre-fires will be coming in, but the problem is all the players know exactly what the attackers are. The rendezvous does happen, but the time is not in their favor. The Azami is playing this so patiently. Sorry, not the Azami. The Scope was playing this so patiently right next to the doorway. If anybody tries to cross him, he simply can go for the shots, and he probably will find success as well. Flashes will be coming in, will be flashed, but this is not going to find any value whatsoever, because the ace is going to be taking some damage instead with the bandit, who is already low on HP. It will be a down DBNO, but it's going to be confirmed by the bandit. And now Nova will also strike back. And now 3-3 scoreline does come in, which is going to allow the players to have a more favorable grounds in the second half, because nobody is going to be having the edge. But E-Waves, good attempt, but after the pause, PG just picked up their pace as we get into the second half and the second ban phase as well.
Let's see where this is going to go for them. Both sides just starting things off in the right note. E-Waves immediately shutting down on the Dokkaebi. A team after my own heart, honestly. They understand how good this character can be if used down properly. PG, though, this is going to be another big question mark. What do they have in store for us when it comes out of the second set of bans? Mirror's getting taken off at the table. Pretty standard here, especially for the map of player. You don't really want to deal with those windows there. Clash also being shut down. Grim being taken away. Just a lot of those standard basic pickups. They want to deny as much utility as they possibly can and deny information from their opponents. Wait, which Twitch skin is that? Did I miss this?
is the Paragon Elite. It's one of the most expensive skins you can buy, basically. Elite skins are something, but now there's a different set of elites. I think it's been like for 3 seasons or something that we have these. We had the Valkyrie and the Twitch. So
Yeah, I remember the
yeah.
Valkyrie one. I
Yeah,
didn't
these
see
are
the
just
Twitch one.
animated. Yeah, these are just animated. You have animated portraits. You have animated guns, and they cost like I think 50 euros or something, give or take. But yeah, at least the Valkyrie one, I would say it looks
For
nice.
you,
But
it's chump chain.
I'm not gonna comment on that, man. But yeah, I would say, look, I shouldn't sound offensive, but I would still say the OG elites from Valkyrie and Twitch are still a little bit more preferable for me because those were the initial 2 skins in the game which were pay to win. Because you can see the Twitch drones, you can see the Valkyrie cameras with those elite skins. There was a time, I don't know if you remember, Aggie, skins and the drone skins were banned because of the pay to win aspect. Do you remember, by any chance?
Yeah, I still remember that.
Like the Ember Rise skins. So, oh my lord, don't even get me started.
There's a lot of skins in Siege that give you a little bit of an advantage, but then again, skins are not the thing that makes the man, unless your name is Crystal, because he can't play without skins. But other than that, he waves. I love how he just stayed quiet, didn't even say anything.
Takes one to know one, that's all I'm gonna say, but as of now, the players of PG, they're going for the standard takes, but the problem is the standards are something which will be expected at these levels of competitive play. PG will lose one Selma here as E-Waves. So E-Waves, the name keeps distracting me. E-Waves will be able to get the first bandit trick over here. And now they'll kind of have to go for a take onto... I do believe they're opting to go for a take onto this operational side. But that's something which is usually predicted, considering there might be someone who may even go for C4. But as of now, that's not the case, as Papa's right below, trying to go for the denials. And Reigns will be tossed in to allow the Ace to go for the breaches. I believe the bandit barriers has also been taken out, so he has the flexibility to go for them. C4 will be prepped by the bandit, but it will not be connecting because the Ace is pretty far away. Bandit will take a lot of damage actually. And now, because of those Denari trip mines, the attackers are having a real... Oh boy, did he just deny that with that angle? That's not supposed to be allowed, but anyways, you do you, my boy. With a lot of time being burnt here, Aggie, the attackers, you gotta make a decision now. Where do you want to start from? 1 minute left on the clock, and now you have you have somewhat HP advantage, but the clock's not favoring you. Ooh, down.
There's such good firing line shots coming in from DB. He's been a hero this entire time. He's waiting for another player to possibly come in and make his way through from that angle, but just let one of the players just completely walk across from that fight. He's gonna get picked up at the end of the day. And letting this one to just go through for free, the sense is gonna be an even bigger issue because the wall's still up and running for them. Risking your life to maybe go in for that kill could have been the play that you needed, but DB still looking for another opportunity on the angle for the fight. The windows, the doorway's already open, but look at DB actually gets a kill on a player that was not low HP, but still, regardless, it's a 2-for-1 trade coming in, and it's all up to Bucket now. He needs to be the game changer for the team. He hits the shot, then down over to a 1 versus 2 situation. They know it's his exposition. 6 seconds left on the clock. They need to run in and go in for the plant. He's not going to be able to find that kill. Bucket now needs to run in towards the side and try to retake this. This has gone from bad to worse. He knows the angle isolation for the 1, but he can't really go in for that kill. The shot misses out, and the pressure is just a little bit too much. Yikes, Creshto. There was such a good chance for them to take the victory here, but DB not being able to finish off the sense there just put a big damper on their overall plans.
The Sense played pretty smart if you ask me, because after the fact that he went for the dive in along with the ace, he just didn't have any other choice. But I have to give the the credits to the Denari, because he was low on HP himself, because I believe it was the Bug or IQ, probably IQ, who was also putting vertical pressure on him. So him getting rid of the ace as well while there were 2 players diving in, that was pretty much all he could have done. It was kind of humanly impossible for his side. But as of now, PG getting their lead for themselves, that's kind of good for them, because this is the first time we do get to see them on this position. And if they can make a comeback here, that's going to be pretty great if you ask me, because this is something we love to see on the earlier phases, because yeah, we do expect these on grand finals, which are like definitely a no-brainer. But if you happen to see this on the earlier stages, this is just indications how competitive the tournament itself is going to go down as it goes to the higher brackets. PG's adaptability was amazing, and now they got to make sure that it stays amazing for the time being, as they have forced the players of EUX to go to a basement defense, a complete overhaul in one round itself. Spawn peek attempt coming in from the side of the scope was because of the buffs coming in, the punch she can do. But I don't think there's going to be anybody in the vicinity to find any form of spawn peaks. There are drones available nearby, present. I don't think he's concerned about those whatsoever. Monty's going to be going in for a, I believe, probably from onto the shooting range side, as the attackers are also starting things off from the main door. Kind of a interesting decision if you ask me, because most of the times if you start things off from the shooting range, you have the chance to go for a linear push. The main door is a little bit more of a interesting decision if you ask me, because there's a stairway, there is a not exactly a balcony, but kind of a top floor view you can contest from the top, and then there's also the reception, there's the doorway, there's the yellow hallway, and it's kind of a crossfire you're just putting yourself into. But I guess the players are feeling confident. Teg's able to get rid of Papa here. That's your route off the board, so no more barricades are going to be coming in. But I don't think Armory is going to be staying for that long anyways, because Azami is going to be forced to fall back, along with the Fender as well. But Fender is feeling a little bit more overzealous. And guess what? They're both going different directions. Where does the Monty push now? Genius, if you ask me.
Let's see where they go. DBs just one by one finding these players out. And E-Waves finally showcasing what they can do. They do have the man advantage, but even then, man advantage, you're not going to be able to find victory that easily. Victory favors the bold, and it's going to be Teague, who comes in for the instant push. Catching out the Monty with his pants down. He's not going to be able to do much as PG. They're not going to be the ones to hold on to this one for long. The real question now going into the third round is what the bans are going to be looking like. This is almost a guaranteed 4-4 situation because PG don't really have a lot of ways that they can brute force an entry anymore.
They're stuck if you ask me, because the Fenrir is just waiting for an ambush onto the IQ. IQ doesn't have any idea whatsoever. He probably is expecting someone in the vicinity, and now with the last player surviving, so much he can do. It's going to be bucked. I believe it's backed or bucked something. Is going to be able to get the frags instead. Well, then again, I have to admit the attackers, nice attempt, but E-Wave, they were ready for it this time. They understood that they are probably going to go for a armory, the armory take and then proceed onto the vertical and so on. But instead, they were able to like hunker down. And I have to give credit where it's due. The Scopus timing out of the Monty was where it solidified their own confirmation from their side. Because imagine if the Monty survived for a little bit longer. Considering the Fender and the Azami went separate ways, the Monty is stuck there. If you push any one of them, the other one pushes you. It's a stalemate and a half, but instead the Scopus was able to capitalize. That's good, but now E-Waves still opting to go for a different objective aside from the top floor. It just goes to show how confident they are on this map. It just is an indication that they can take the fight to you even if you don't want to.
Kind of the reality of the situation that we are in now, isn't it?
10 seconds.
The way that the players are playing things out, E-Waves,
5 seconds
they
remaining.
showcase to us that their defensive side hold. You just let them cook a little bit, they're going to be able to find something that works beautifully. The real question now is whether or not the members of PG are going to be able to break through. They went in for a lot more of a heavy hitter style composition, with the Lion and the Blackbeard coming on down through with the Zofia just raining hell from the back end. And the floor is to clear out any form of pesky utility that could be stopping the Blackbeard from taking a lot of very aggressive space. So PG, they have the proper understanding that they need to try and go in for a hit here. But the question being now is whether or not PG are going to be able to make an entry happen that easily. Because currently the squad is a little bit lost in the way that they want to take entries. Especially when they have a lot of utility. They're a bit more unaware in the way that they can take engagements that will help them stabilize.
I guess it's a matter of comfortability, if you ask me, because I do agree with you 100% because they do tend to like give away positions pretty quickly. Sometimes they just look lost and so on, but they also do know like how to fall back, and sometimes like get the advantage of above the opposition. So it's really a little bit more confusing to make a prediction here because you may see them make an excessively questionable plays, then they just go for the unexpected. And as long as it's working, I'm all in for it. But it kind of feels like a gamble and a half. As of now, there's a lot of players under the top floor, and if the attackers realize there are a lot of players on the top floor, I believe 3 of them, can be 4 as well. I just saw the silhouettes. If they can simply dive into the objective, and yeah, never mind. It is indeed 4 players on the top floor. I believe it's none other than the castle inside the objective, and if the attackers realize that, it's free real estate for them. But for now, PG, they're taking this slow and steady. Appreciable, but I guess the LL kind of lost here. He was looking at general direction. Blackbeard's gonna have a freebie of his own, and looks like the attackers, they have pretty good control on the top floor. I still 3 players present, by the way. Now the Fenrir understands that he is in danger. Recreation of that meme and a half, and Jan's able to get one of his own. Avoid. Very low on HP, but still trying to play it risky. Trying to get someone off guard. Problem is the Blackbeard who's the first line of contact for him. It's gonna be Leon who will be taken out, but I guess it's free realistic for the attackers after all because they have objective control. But the problem is the Blackbeard has the diffuser. Question mark?
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, this is just undusted, I do believe. Good utility utilization could be the thing that they needed. Bucket in a little bit of a dicier situation on his own accord. Avoid needs to try and find 1 kill at the bare minimum, but his position does get spotted out. This is going to be a round win already coming on through from the side of PG as Bucket now trying to maybe catch out 1 player that's on the top floor position, but his position is also sniffed out. They knew the timing, they knew the angles, they had a drone ready for this exact fight. With that, pretty much have everything in the bag. E-Waves now. They're immediately gonna take a timeout because they know that these last couple of rounds have been them just kind of giving away kills for free. Yeah, I do get it. PG had a lot of utility to try and fight in here, but a lot of that utility wasn't really even invested properly. E-Waves just kind of gave away a lot of free 1v1s that didn't make any sense.
It really didn't, but it kind of felt like they were lost. Like, let's talk about the Ella, for example. He was holding a general direction to somewhere, I don't know. Maybe a vertical angle, because kind of felt like he was staring at the onto the floor. And that's just one incident of the players getting off guard, but I have to give credit where it's due that PG were able to like isolate these angles one at a time, and their drone work was pretty spot on as well, considering the fact that they realized there's only 1 player inside the objective and they just dove in. So that's just one factor, but I would still say E-Wave, they have a pretty good chance at hitting this as they have taken a pause time. I wouldn't say it's the worst time to go for it. It is a moderately okay time to do so. And if they can get their heads on the same page of the book, I'm all in for it. But even then, there's a if factor. They have banned the Blackbeard, understandable, because the Blackbeard is being a nuisance to them, while PG is opting to go for the Defender. But the problem is, if shields are your problem, guess what? Now you have 2 shields to deal with. PG have banned the Clash because they wanted to have the shields for themselves. That should have been a giveaway. That kind of giveaway from the very beginning of the second half. But for now, you gotta make sure that you are taking advantage of those pistols. I mean, sometimes people will say that, yeah, shields are annoying, but guess what? At least they don't have guns to play against you. But even then, they are technically challenging you on a 1v1 fights where they do have the advantage as their bodies covered, their heads only exposed. I mean, that also applies to Blackbeard, but guess what? Blackbeard is still somewhat oppressive to play against in a 1v1. Or 5, as they go, as the players of E-Wave goes to the top floor, and I believe they will have a pretty solid chance to delay the defenders because I do see enough utilities to do so. There's the Melusi, there's the Mute as well for the drone works, there's also the Nari. But Eggy, I think you'll agree with me at this point. The attackers, they're not playing orthodox. They don't even have a hard reacher. They don't even care if they have a hard reacher. They just want to dive in and get frags one by one. But the problem is the Elite Twitch will have to wait because, well, there's a mute jammer. And that's 1 shock drone which is jammed.
I mean, if they're able to get that jammer off, that shock drone does come back anyways, so it's just about making sure that utility doesn't suffer in the long run. But For now, though, members of PG opting for the pretty much the exact same
What is he
strategy
looking?
that they were hoping to get last time around. Papa now just running his way down here. The blitz could just be the thing that causes some problems for them, but instead, it's going to be the isolation of the fight. E-Waves just caught out the players with their pants down in too many situations. Leon gets another free kill. The C4 are able to reign supreme, and the members of PG, they just tried to bum rush their way forward. I get it. You guys won it on a couple of rounds, but you just don't underestimate your opponents like this. Presto, this was just a ranked push. There was no strategy to it. They were just hoping to catch them off guard, but no. E-Waves, they were ready for everything.
I'll do one better. It was not even a rank push. It was more like a OG recruit rush from the casual games we used to have, because having a blitz and a Monty, yeah, it does feel like you have a plan, but everybody diving through the R6 window except for one or two. I mean, there will be lines of sight onto the toilet side. There will be lines of sight onto the vault as well. These are expected, but I would still cut them some slack because they're having that moment for themselves. The adrenalines are really kicking in. So the equalization will be coming an E-wave. They are going to be playing a little bit more carefully, understanding that, okay, our oppositions are underestimating us, but we will make sure that we will not be underestimated that easily. PG. Good positions to work around with, but this time around they do have a little bit more of a strategical lineup, if I might. But mind you, this previously when they were attacking this objective, they were having a really hard time pushing armory. So this is something which needs to be kept in mind, because there's a very high chance Azami and probably Valkyrie as well will be very active on this general direction, and verticality probably might not even be in the play. I mean, that's kind of good actually, because sometimes you can just take control of the filtration and maybe onto the warehouse as well, and you may find better success, because again, layer is a pretty not the biggest map in the game, but it is a somewhat big map, which allows the attackers to take a lot of chances to take their entries. As much as aggressive hates it, don't listen to him, but you do
No,
have
listen to
you
me.
you do have the space and you can just take it.
It's one of the worst maps in the game.
No, it's
But
not.
yeah,
Dude,
yes, it is.
I'll fight you. You said in the game. I would say Tower's the worst. Any day of the week. Theme park as well. If you want to talk about competitive.
Even I would agree to that. Worst competitive map in the game, yes.
You know what? I gotta bring up the list to make a fucking debate at this point.
But we'll make a debate about this later, because currently the debate is whether or not PG are going to be able to break through the defensive lines of E-Waves. They've gone back to the much more tried and tested composition where they're not the ones to take over aggressive fights. They're trying to fish out kills, and Papa is going to be the first one that gets at PG, opening things up, taking out the Azami pretty early on. So a lot of those Kika barricades are not going to be the causing nuisances for them, but Leon with the shotgun and the SMG-11, especially with the smoke canisters, just raining hell from above. This guy just single-handedly broke down everything that the members of PG stand for. Their players tried to push forward, and Leon just made sure that he brings them back down to earth.
The attackers. Now they're stuck on an island now in a 2v4 situation with no diffuser either whatsoever. I do wonder, like, what's the game plan here? Because they have taken control of missile, which I have seen, but diving in like that without taking the hallway control and like sending the Monty with the diffuser as well. Okay, never mind. Popeye does have some tricks up on his sleeve with a 3k of his own, and now it does look very winnable, but the isolations needs to be there considering the Sedge is low on HP. Pause timer has been requested by PG as it seems after this round, but I just hope the players of PG can pull this off. E-Wave. With positions coming in from their side, but then again, they understand that they can just play passive and they just don't need to peek whatsoever. Time is their friend. Nova, however, needs to do a way taller task here to find the isolation and maybe take the fights head on. But it's Papa instead. Still on low HP. Bigger problem is gonna be none other than the Razor Blooms. Because they do a lot of damage. I mean, less damage, but they are much more lethal now. But instead, it's going to be the Valkyrie and the Thorn will have a joint formulation from their side, as we have another pause, I believe, from the side of PG. Well, yeah, it is the case. 6-5, as it is technically the dying seconds of the round, dying moments of the round, a game, because one more round and one more mistake, you're completely out of the game. It is a best of one, and that's why people say best of ones are do or die. If the players of PG can do this now, well, next game, I guess.
And it's already dependent on one thing and one thing only, whether or not the members of E-Waves are able to just bring that shutdown play that they're known for. Or will PG find that saving grace? This one pause not only just allows them to strategize, but it also breaks a lot of the momentum and the warm feelings that the members of E-Waves have in their hands whenever they're trying to hold on to an angle. They try to start to second guess themselves. A lot of the positions that they're holding, maybe they're not going to be able to hit those shots on those sites anymore. It's stuff like this, right, where pausing matters the most, especially in R6, where you want to have a pretty well fleshed out plan. That extra 1 minute just gives you that opportunity to talk to the team and just bring them all in that same boat.
That is true, but I kind of do believe it's something which needs to be done earlier as well. I mean, I'm not complaining. This is the moment where they lose their momentum, their lead as well. So probably this is the time they kind of felt the need to do so. The urge is there. Oh no, that's not looking good whatsoever. We have Flow out of the game, and now it's a 4v5. Sadly, they don't even have the pause or maybe a rehost. Well, which I do believe they have a rehost available after all. So I guess we are going to be heading into that. So that is kind of a saving grace for them, hopefully. So PG does have a little bit more time to communicate with their teammates and maybe have them on the same page of the book. But even then the pressure is going to be mounting on them. It can also backfire because the players of their opposition, they do E-Wave, they now kind of do understand that, hey, we have got them on their back foot and now we can take full advantage of that. So it's
Absolutely.
kind of a dilemma. So it's going to be hard to make a decision or a prediction, if I might.
Yep, absolutely. We don't know exactly what's going to be happening next year on the 65 scoreline, but what we do know is that the players are going to be needing a little bit more time to set everything up and get themselves back in towards the lobby as well. So we're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as the game gets prepped up, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more R6 action.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back into the action before overtime. I hope it. I mean, I do hope it goes to overtime. That is, as we have a scoreline to 6-5 between E Wave and PG after the rehost we needed, and they will be going back to bungs previously as they did so. So it can be anyone's game at this point, Aggie. So what's going to be your take?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
I'm kind of worried about what's gonna happen to these waves now because we already seen what the side is gonna be looking like, and PG got a good opportunity to see exactly what the side was as well early on because the drone phase was already there. So, and because of the rehost already coming on down through, there's no way that they can change the sides or their overall operator pickups. So PG might have a pretty good plan going into this attack side, but then again, plans are just one part of the equation. You need to know how to properly set yourself up for victory. That's another one entirely. This is a bit more worrisome. E-waves now. How do they want to adapt to this? How do they want to build up their strats to make it work a little bit better? Because PG
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
have looked a little bit more shaky here on this attack side, yes, but they've also showcased that as a team, they know how to get a good turning point for their squad.
They do know when to get a turning point for their squad, but it's something they can't rely 100% because yeah, you can definitely, how do I put it, make those comebacks and the rotations and everything in between, but giving away free map positions early on is not something I can admire personally, because even those picks you're gonna be losing out on, right? It's still a part of the game, and if you're winning on the bottom 50%, why not try 100%? Because you probably would have gotten a better value, because it's still a gamble and a have. But anywho, they have started things off from the operational side and maybe proceeding towards the vertical as well. There are no dedicated vertical operators, but still they probably are just trying to flush out the players from the top floor and then maybe proceed to the objective. Guess what? Previously, we did see a lot of players on the top floor, four of the defenders, mind you. And guess what? It's gonna remain true even till this day. So, with the Monty being so aggressive, I don't like it. Like, why the hell do they have the shield operators, the frontliners, with the diffuser? I mean, yeah, the confidence is nice, but imagine a world which is very possible that the Monty goes down and now you need to recover the diffuser, let alone that you have to go for the frags. That is an unnecessary burden you are bringing on your squad. Give the diffuser to your ace or someone who's probably not going to be taking the first hand engagement, but I guess it's going to be avoid, who should have been avoided, but he will not be avoided by Nova, as it's going to be a pretty good back and forth fight between the attack and the defenders, but the defenders, never mind, the defenders will not even come up on top because it's going to be reflect as well. 3-3, as yet again, the attackers can definitely go for the objective, because mind you, the last time we were in this objective, the attackers made a comeback, or they take the lead because they were able to contest the castle, the solo castle inside the objective. This time, I don't know why is that an exception.
It's going to be quite the interesting feed. That is for certain. How they're going to be pushing forward with this one. Still, the engagement. It's going to be a little bit more worrisome, to say the very least, of how far they're going to be able to push forward with this. Nova just leading out now on towards the floor. They have multiple players to just try and give them a little bit more leeway in the way to pick up Nova. They need as many players as they possibly can as they opt to go in for the side hit, but look at the amount of utility that they have. They have absolutely nothing to try and take this fight. It's going to be DB who gets another big kill over onto one. Leon's going to be able to shut down the last two, and immediately the members of E-Waves just pouncing upon their opposition. All of them just came from one staircase. Wait, they all came from one staircase. They just walked into their awaiting arms. They gave them a big hug and just squeezed them so tight that their life just came out. Oh god, PG.
As I said, PG were able to take a lead previously on this objective when they understood there's only one player inside the objective and the rest of them are roaming. There's a very high chance that this is going to happen again. So you just needed to drone the objective and probably proceed into the objective, but instead it just didn't go down the way it was planned. So kind of unfortunate for PG. This time they were a little bit more overzealous, understanding that, okay, maybe we will find better success if we hunt down the roamers. But again, in the map, in the previous game, in Night Haven Labs, you did say that it's kind of normal for the attackers to start things off from the top to the bottom, usually not the other way around. And honestly, as it was not expected, that's why they were able to take the lead, or should I say, on the previous game, the success onto the kitchen side, I mean, on Night Haven Labs, were also successful. But as of now, it's not going to be the case, as it's going to be PG who is going to be having an oopsie here. But kudos to the side of E-Waves, as they played it patiently. They played it with their calm hearts,
Absolutely.
and they were able to take the victory for themselves as well. Well, there's actually not a lot to say about this because they did show that they are an amazing team. I cannot say an exception for the opposition, but I have to use the term greater for the side of E-Waves because they definitely knew what they were doing and they played smart.
Absolutely. That's exactly what you wanted to see coming out from the side of E-Waves. And honestly, E-Waves just riding the highs on why they are such a good roster. They know how to take advantages and they know how to make their opponents second guess themselves. But as we are not going to be second guessing what's going to be happening for the last and fourth game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be setting everything up for that one. Again, for stopping on by for this, we're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more R6 action.
And ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to be heading into the last and the final game of the day. And I believe the hosts have really prepared. They have saved the best for the last, as it seems, because I do see some interesting names here. Should I say the interesting names of organizations here as we get into this game? It's going to be between Neponians versus Penta Club. And honestly, it has been a pretty long night considering now aggressive is gone. We are going to be free with the games coming in as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into the map bans here because there's not much to talk about the organizations. Again, this is me kind of getting. This is my blind attempt getting into the players because I haven't seen the players in action quite yet. But now, as we have the map bans on our screen, it does look interesting because we have a fortress on the board. Well, I really wish it was there because aggressive's not here. I could have been a little bit more of a how do I put it? I could have been a bit more nitpicky about it, but I'm actually good with fortress as well because with the newest addition to the competitive play 2 seasons ago, I've really been enjoying this map in general, even in my ranked games. So I want to see how the players have adapted to this as well. Opponent versus and Penta Club, and honestly, I would still say that as this map is still on exploration phase by the players, you can have the edge of being a little bit more knowledgeable on this map, and maybe you're gonna be able to pull this out of the hats. So there's not much to talk about this because honestly, this is something players will display by their own selves as we head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. The opponent versus Penta, starting now. As the ban phase commences, there is one thing I do wanna keep an eye out. That is, a lot of the times we have seen either the Electro Bros getting banned or maybe a target ban coming in for the player side. So I wonder if that's gonna be the same trend over here. Again, we did say that this is gonna be the highlight of the day because the hosts have definitely kept something in their hats to make sure that we are surprised till the very last moment. So having a shield ban, well, this is just showing out that we are going to be having a tradition after all, as the first electrical, sorry, the Kate's also going to be banned. But funny enough, that Kate is banned from his own map. I mean, he owns the fortress, at least for the lore of R6. And now, moving in forward, we're going to be having a second shield ban as well, but not bandit. So kind of a reminiscence of the previous match we had, but I guess Shields is still gonna be a primary target for both of the players. We do see a clash being picked up by Kirikanator. So I guess they want to play the Shield as the defenders, but they don't want to allow the oppositions to do the same. But guess what? Blackbeard and Fuse, if you want to count that as well, and Osa perhaps, are still gonna be unbanned. So it's gonna be interesting to say the very least. We're heading into a toilet defense and commander's office defense with, I would say, a very aggressive operator lineup from the attacking side because I do see the Deimos and the Lion along with the Dokkaebi as well. Blackbeard was something I did mention previously, so it feels like that they just want to take this head on and probably it's gonna be a little bit more of a chaotic one. If the defenders are ready for it, I'm all in for it as well. But usually the defenders do tend to fall back whenever they see a specific lineup like this, even though they're not gonna be concerned about this quite yet because we're still in preparation phase. Pretty standard line, pretty standard setups coming in from the defensive side as well, extending onto the main stairs, extending onto the bunk side as well, perhaps onto the old tower if they want to be a little bit more overzealous considering there's a clash. But it's gonna be dependent on the players' choices over here for the time being. As we head into the preparation phase, we will be having a change as it seems. We will not be having the Lion anymore. Instead, we will be having the Capitao and Grim. Not sure where the Grim was changed for. I believe that was it was a Dokkaebi. Still a somewhat aggressive take, but I believe this time around the side of Penta understands that there is a clash available, a present, sorry. So they want to deal with it as soon as possible. Blackbeard will take some damage from the main breach onto Shisha side, or should I say onto the bunk side. I believe that's the smoke, and if that's the smoke, Blackbeard's gonna have a real hard time pushing in and now. To put some salt on the wound, there will be a clash as well to move that shield. Not exactly for that, but to deny that push. Fenrir is gonna be backing his own teammate up, but it will be a lot of resistance here from the attacking side, opening up the wall. And now, making sure that there's not gonna be anybody to contest this general area for the time being. Solus is right around the corner, but will not take any damage. Nice try from the side of the Capitao, though almost took his head off, but as of now, the attackers, they are overextending. Sorry, taking control onto the games room side. P5s will be coming in, flashes will be onto the Clash, and the Clash will be super low on HP, but somehow he survives! And now Suspended will get the opening frag, but it's not even a refrag he was looking forward to. He has already lost too many players. And now, the Clash without the shield, it looks very awkward to see a Clash without a shield here, but still, the trade is going to be coming in. Skirkinator gets suspended, but he will also be traded out by Chronix. And now it's a 2v3 situation. Solis is very low on HP, but that doesn't even matter because the remainder of the players are full HP, and all they have to do is just burn time. They have amazing secondaries on their hand. Actually, you know what? All of them has amazing secondaries on their hand, along with the shotguns as well, I believe, from the smoke and the Warden. So if they want to take long range fights, as long as with short range fights, they will be more than happy to go for it. Flow will take some damage, but we'll get rid of Azuri here, and now the Ace will be able to open up the toilet side. Both of the players watching the same angle. That's suspicious. Katu and Verschile, I believe. We will be seeing the players getting inside the objective, but it's going to be somewhat in a how do I put it? Consequently, as they will be falling at the same time. Neponin, nice try, a good attempt from their side, or should I say an amazing one, as they were able to hold onto the objective and were able to hold the push from the side of Penta. Nice attempt from Penta, but it kind of felt like that after the main wall, they kind of went for a reset where they could have been a bit more aggressive or maybe push onto the horse side, but horse was kind of empty. There's a lot of times I personally say that on this map, you need to have horse control, whether it be whether it be the objective on the first floor or the second floor, wherever it is, because horse is a position where you have a hatch, you have a doorway, and you can pretty much cut off rotations or take map control or just bring any form of value, whether you're an attacker or defender on that area. Because again, if you have horse control, there's a very high chance you will be able to take control of central stairs or maybe even toilet. Again, it doesn't matter which objective you're going for, because most of the times this is the center of the map. So it really allows you to revolve around your strategies, whatever however you want. But of course, you do have the independence to go for a control onto the skylight as well, or maybe the main door, or probably old tower, so that you can have those opportunities and, how do I put it, moments of surprise from the opposition. But anywho, that's not something I'm gonna be focusing on. Well, to kind of focus on how this attack's gonna be executed from the defensive side. Sorry, the attacking is gonna be executed from the attacking side. We will not be having any thermites. That kind of raises my eyebrow, even though there is an Ace and a Habana available, present. But most of the times, if you want to take control of that bunk wall, it's best to have a thermite, because there is a wall right next to that, which leads into the game room side. And if you can take control of that area, most of the times defenders will struggle to play game room, because there are angles inside of game room, especially on with the pool table with boxes on them. You can play C4s on them, you can play Azami, you can play anything pretty much you want. And if you breach on the hard right side of that wall, you usually open that wall as well, which allows you to take that aggressive position, and the defenders will struggle on that. But I guess it doesn't matter for the time being, as Tubarao is with the first line of defense, which will be taken out from Chronix. Bandit's still available, and they probably can go for the bandit tricks, but the presence is not gonna be the end of the game, and it has definitely shifted his focus onto the toilet walls, as the rest of the players are taking control of toilet. I do appreciate the attackers taking their time, but as the time goes, they need to take control of the skylight as well. Gridlock, I believe that's exactly what he's prioritizing for. Bolas are going to be given away, that the hallway is clear, the bandit's right on the corner. Capital knows exactly where the bandit's going to be, and now the bandit's going to be in a pickle and a half, but still surviving. And kicking as well. Atu getting rid of Chronix here, and that's kind of a big one if you ask me, because they do have utilities to probably get rid of the bandit. Never mind, they don't have any utilities to get rid of the bandit batteries, so it's gonna be a little bit more difficult for them to open up more angles. There's still a Hibana present, but still gotta do a longer, you gotta take a longer route to make it happen. Rexy, good shots coming from him as he gets rid of flow. No more lance guns are gonna be present whatsoever. Capital Fireballs will be dispatched onto the window on Old Tower. But that also just reminded me that you don't have a control of Old Tower. Yeah, Old Tower control is pretty difficult because Azami is on the board, but most of the times people start things off from the laundry if they can go for the drop, which is definitely a death sentence. But what is not a death sentence is gonna be Rexy, as he is the Grim Reaper himself, getting a triple kill on this area. I believe that was a 4K for him as well. So good god, nice difference on the defensive side. Neponen is really making it shine and really making it work. Penta still yet to find an answer. And they gotta make sure that they are taking this slow and steady. They have the opening picks. I believe even in the previous round they had the opening picks on the first one. I mean, but the thing is, the rotations and the momentum gain recovery, if I might, from the side of the opponent, is just unparalleled. And this amount of unprecedency will really lead into a lot of devastations. Especially considering the fact that players are playing really free. Yeah, Rixie did, I believe, get a 4K. Unless he had another kill from the previous rounds, but for now, we're gonna be heading into the infirmary side, or should I say onto the kitchen side of this objective. Previously, the kitchen itself used to be an objective, but it's no longer an objective. Instead, it's the infirmary entrance, which is an objective, which is kind of interesting because never have we ever seen in a game where a hallway is an objective. I mean, it really feels like one. And the first time I played this map, I was like, hold on a second. This is the objective? It feels like a general hallway. There's just a half wall I can see, but aside from that, there's really nothing else to think about it. But I guess that's exactly how the game has evolved, and I thought for a second that Ash got disconnected. Never mind. So I guess that's exactly how the game evolves, and it's only a matter of time as Casino, I believe Calypso, which is going to be the name of the casino, will be getting added to the map. And from the information we have been seeing, at least from the 6th Invitational, it will be a ranked game and probably a competitive one as well. And now, let's talk about the present. Fascists will be dispatched from the old tower, but Azuri is ready for this. Denari. He can also make a rotation for himself, and yeah, the moment I said so, he will do just that, and instead it's gonna be his own teammate. We'll be tossing Impregnate. We'll do some damage, but it doesn't matter. He loves him, and that's why he made a rotation for him as well. There will be some damage onto Rexy, but I guess he's gonna make it alive for the time being. The attackers are yet to go for... I mean, they are going for a complete central hallway push, so that is admirable, but how are they allowed to take control of this area so quickly? Grim, I do see him inside of the meeting side. Rexy is on the floor already. Azuri is as well. And now, Phonix. I believe he wanted to farm some style points, but instead he's going to be going for the knife. And now, Penta, pretty good position to work around with. They can go for a reset and go for the verticals if they want to, and then they should be fine going in for the execute. The castles on the flank, being a boogeyman. Kaino has been taken out, but still, it's not something they have to worry about. They still have the man advantage. They can definitely make it happen. Castle is feeling really confident here, but he's going to be heard by Flo, and he will be taken out as well. It's all of the SAS operators now, the British boys. Gotta make it work. But the problem is, Pro Likes is also on the other side. But oh, good shot inside of Kirkinator as he finds Flo. But now he needs to be picked up as well. Katu trying to pick up the mute, his old boy, or should I say comrade, even before they join Rainbow in the Rainbow Six lore. I hope they have some OG days to go back to. I hope they have history, but as of now, it's gonna be Katu. He's gonna be able to get the off-guard angle. That's what I love. That's what I love about this map, you know, because sometimes you can just have so unorthodox strategies that the oppositions will not even expect that. Because I'm pretty confident that Suspended expected the objective to be completely empty, and he was taken out. But good calls from the side of from the side of the Nomad, as he's gonna be able to get the reefer. But it's all up to Kirkinator. The British boys once again. It's gonna be Pro Likes. He is a little bit more experienced, a little bit more older, because Mute is the youngest character in the game, as he will be taken out. Nice attempt from the side of the defenders, though, but this time around, the attackers will take it. 2-1. But then again, mind you, it did go down to a 1v1, so Neponen, they did put up a pretty good fight over here, but now as we get into the second side of the bans, I don't expect a clash to be banned, and hopefully it's not. Instead, it's going to be a bandit. So now, the players of Penta wants complete freedom when it comes to breaching. And I kind of believe having the Grim banned out as well, it's kind of a target ban because Chronix, I believe, not it was not Chronix, never mind. I believe it was Flow. He was really playing free with the Grim, but now you're allowing him to play a better Roam Hunter.
Need to locate
The
and
Deimos is
defuse
gonna be on the board, and now they're gonna be back onto the top floor. An opponent, they do look confident with their picks and with their positionings, and they are also looking pretty confident when it comes to their gunfights. But when it comes to Penta, they can definitely pick up the pace right here and right now. But if I were them, I would probably focus on the main target because, mind you, they have banned the Electro Bros, so they have full independence to go for breaches. So if I can get the breaches, I get free map control. I don't have to necessarily peek those angles. I don't have to be aggressive on those angles. I just gotta make sure that they don't have any position to escape, and then we can ambush them. That's the beauty of attack when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, because yeah, as a defender, the clock does how do I put it? It does favor you, but you have the opportunity to create angles as an attack. I mean, you can do the same with defenders as well, but as an attacker, you can literally change the entire map and then go for executes, and then you probably can put the defenders in a position where they're not going to be favorable whatsoever. And if you can be a master of that, you're not going to be struggling with attack. And then defense is something you probably will have a better time, because most of the time, a lot of pro teams, even not even pro teams, let's say casual players, prefer to defend because they can just play passive, they can just hunker down and just have it their way. There's actually a saying that people, I don't know who said it, but people did say that the best defense is offense. But for now, Ash. Sorry, Capitao. Better be ready for this. There is a player right next to you, buddy. Ella. Don't tell me he's gonna be free real estate for him. He somehow gets the kill, but the Ella's gonna be there in the corner as well. Even though he gets blind, but still he gets a refrag as well. Good shit if you ask me. Good God. That's a pretty good position on the side of the attackers. I kind of use the S word, but never mind. Attackers. Even though it was supposed to be an oopsie, they were able to pull themselves out of the gutter. That's real good. And now the defenders, they have lost some control onto the map. They can definitely hold on because they still have skylight control. And the moment I was about to talk about that, Katu is going to be getting rid of the player from that general angle. I think they know there is a flank coming in as well. Ella. Sorry, it was Azuri, not it was Denari instead of Ella previously. So now Ella getting a frag, understanding that he is scanned by the Lion. Will be making complete rotation. Make sure that he stays alive. Wall's gonna be opened up by the A's, and the line's gonna be right on the corner. But the problem with this area is you gotta have control of the hallway first. Then you go for the breach. Now, with the A's reaching that doorway, sorry, the wall, it's a lot more of a hassle to go for 90 because let's just say you can be engaged from several angles, considering there's a doorway from bedroom as well. And now the Ella's right around the corner. That was I was about to talk about. The prefect does come in. He doesn't even care there's a grenade. He will get the kill with 1 HP, but now it's Chronix who's also on 1 HP. It's all up to him with a slither of his HP left, with the defenders with very much pumped up. The timing on the Azami was real bad as he let go of the ADS the moment he was peeking. But there you have it, Rexy. With a pixel, we'll find the headshot. He doesn't even need to get the initial kills. And just like that, the defenders will keep up the flow. The equalization was really looking probable, but I guess it's not going to be that easy. After the Ella playing so aggressive, it's just tremendous. It's admirable. Penta. I can't even blame them at this point because they also played amazing. They were able to get the refrags. They were able to get solid map control, but that one Ella flank just kind of put the nail on the coffin. But still, they're not going to be sent to the graveyard quite yet. It's still the group stage of the game, so graveyard doesn't even come into the equation.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
But for now, Penta, it's really going to start to gather up on them. It is going to be a game room and bunk defense yet again. And none of the lineups are really extraordinary. It's somewhat understandable and really expected. And for the attacking side, it's also not an exception. I do believe this time around they should have a thermite. Considering the fact that the only operator who can probably counter any form of hard breacher, aside from Ace, mind you, is a mute. But mute jammers can be dealt with really easily, even though if that was the case, because we don't even have a mute on the board. from the defensive side. So yeah, you can definitely go for the ace and Hibana. Maybe having a bigger beach would have been a bigger position to work around, but it's fine. Sometimes all you need is the gun, and the AK-12 is godlike along with the Type 89 as well. But the problem is the Hibana is not running the Type 89. Instead, he is preferring the DMR, PMR, something I forgot. I do believe this is still a G3, but somehow my friend Star Drago does like to disagree with me. I do miss him at this moment, but for now, attackers focusing to get control of horse. That's what I was talking about. The defenders, they're especially the Ella playing onto horse is just so it's just so understandable and it's so important. Denari getting the opening frag onto Kaino. That's your capital of the board. Hopefully there are no positions you want to flash the players from, but the problem is now Suspend is also off the board. Denari is playing so free. Gridlock will be able to recover the diffuser, but now he has to walk in blind. Grenades will be tossed in, wallbangs will be there as well, but a lot more to take actually. As Vershai is getting frags after frags. He will finally be shut down by pro likes, but it's not necessarily the most important factor because he has done his job. Now with Gridlock and Hibana, you can definitely go for a full map control, but it's gonna be pretty much a frag-heavy game. Ella's still present onto the horse side, I believe, and if he is, that's gonna be a nightmare. Never mind, he has left. So Gridlock will allow his team to rendezvous with him, and he's gonna be focusing onto the central hallway, but the problem is central hallway does have a shotgun player right in the vicinity. That's gonna be the Warden, and Warden's waiting so patiently, and if he goes for one swing, that's all he's gonna need, and if he connects, a problem and a half. Warden's gonna be going for the swing, and there you have the first one comes in, the second one as well, probably. Katu, he just has the proper timing and the angle, and this is what I was talking about. He was playing with the contacts of his teammates, and Penta, they're really having a hard time at the moment. Neponen, they're really shredding them to bits. And now it's gonna be quite difficult to recover from this. You can definitely recover on the defensive side, but most of the time having a 4-2 is still commendable, as per se. While for the attacking side, like if it's 5-1, yeah, you can still make comebacks because we have seen indeed a lot of impossible comebacks. We have seen a lot of games which even went to 32 rounds. Looking at you 6 invitationals back in the OG days from Penta and Empire, I believe. 32? I think I said a little bit more. But now, Penta, they do have the chance here because they did win this objective previously, but there's a very high chance Nippon also understands that, hey, this is the reason we lost. What if we don't do the same things again? Last time they had 2 boys from SAS, 2 operators from SAS. I'm saying boys, but this time around it's not the case. They do still have the shotguns to work around with from the side of Katu, and I believe from... Oh, never mind, nobody else. So maybe verticality is still gonna be the name of the game for the attacking side, but I would say going for laundry would have been a better decision. But as of now, they are looking confident. They are diving in from Old Tower. Ash will be the first line of contact as the Goyo. Trying to be a boogeyman. Come on, I can tell you want that kill, and now pro likes. It's waiting for the timing, but the Goyo will miss the timing as well. Bagbear's right on the corner. Bagbear is gonna be dropped. Azuri is gonna be able to take him out. And I wonder if that was an Ella mine or something. I do believe that was an Ella mine because he moved his shield. So if that's the case, that was really well planned out because the Ella understood if they played a shield, the Goyo can play off of that. So smart from the side, and now Ella is on the corner. Sorry, and onto the central hallway stairs. And they have lost their brawler. They know there's one more player on the corner, onto the windows, but it's gonna be difficult. Ram, gonna send the boogies. Finally, Ella will be shut down thanks to Chronix. But guess what? There's a Legion. All the defenders from Operation Blood Orchid We'll just rendezvous here one by one and going in for the takes. Finally, the attackers will have control of vertical areas, but vertical level areas, but Azuri is still alive. Gets one, but will be shut down instantaneously, and now 3v3 situation. The attackers on low end HP, mind you. So that's a problem. I believe the Solus is still on the run, roaming around freely and probably trying to find some utilities and maybe get someone off guard. And if the Legion's there as well, I wouldn't be surprised, but I do believe this Legion has fallen back to the objective. Yes, it is the case, as I do see the silhouette. Now, all they have to do, the defenders, the castle and the Legion, is just wait. And it's technically all onto Rexy now. If he can even find one kill, that's gonna be a lot. And if by any chance, if that's the Ash, that's gonna hurt. Being so patient, walking down the corridor. And probably they're gonna be going in for this patch drop. But I wouldn't say do so. Last time you did that, it didn't end really well. And now, Solus will dispatch some shots from the P90, but will not connect any shots. And now that's a fear factor that attackers will have to worry about. Katu getting rid of Kalino, and now both the players are low on HP. As I was saying, the Solus being a nuisance there, it's just more than enough. And now it's all the flow now. He does drop into the objective, but now he's ghoul mined as well. Rexy, all he has to do is just hide and play safe. There's no diffuser whatsoever, so he can just chill. And now Neponen will be able to wrap up a pretty solid first half. Almost flawless if you ask me, 5-1. That's Penta. This is their defense, but the pressure is really going to be mounting on their shoulders, and that might just be too much on the coming rounds. Head into the ban phase. And this is where things, not exactly on the ban phase, but after the ban phase, it can have a lot of pressure. It can have a lot of factors. You don't want to end up on these situations. First things first, I think the players are reading each other's mind. That's why they're going to be going for complete shield bans. Clash and Monty taken out. What comes next? I do believe it's going to be a shield ban yet again. Yes, it is the case. It will be a bandit. So it kind of feels like from the defensive onto the defensive bans, it will remain identical for the first half, because something in my head tells me that the second ban on the upcoming bans, we will be seeing a Kite ban and probably a Grim as well. Perhaps, I'm not sure about the Grim, but for Kite, I'm pretty confident. But as of now, let's stay on the present, as we will be seeing a pretty interesting setup from the attacking side. We will be having a Glass. Not an operator you see every single day, but it's whenever you see Glass, it's usually a pretty fun one. But what's more fun is Penta going for a Hammam defense. Hammam and Music Room, if I'm not wrong. So how do you defend this? Most of the time, people goes for the reinforcement of the toilet walls and then goes for an extension on the top floor if they want to be overzealous. Sorry, a little bit more zealous, not overzealous. And then maybe you can hold onto the toilet side, on the not toilet, the top floor bathroom. You can open up the hatch and then you can play the central stairs hallway, because there is a hatch to contest that. But as I said, it very much depends on how the players want to play it and how they want to take this approach, because the map has been changed, has changed quite a lot. You can't just dive inside of Music Room anymore. You have to go through the instrument room, I believe, and then you gotta take control. You can't just dive in through the windows, even though the windows are still there very much. Hey, 1 second, I just realized we have Solid Snake on the board, so this is gonna be fun. The man, the myth, the legend. Gonna make sure that there's nobody inside of Music Hallway. That's what I like about the Solitude radar from Solid Snake, because all you need to do is just take that iPhone, as my friend Aggressive said. All you need to do is take that in your hand and you just have the confirmation there are no defenders on that vicinity, except for the fact that if there's a Vigil, he can hide from that gadget, but that's not necessarily the case, because Vigil doesn't exactly know when these scans are going to be happening, because the scans are completely silent. The defenders will always only know there's a scan if he uses the overdrive, which definitely reveals a real-time location on the map for a Snake, and then he has to communicate. It's a lot like Deimos, but of course it's something you gotta dispatch to your teammates on your own. It's not like Jackal that you scan someone and everybody in the team sees that. Pretty quick vertical angles coming in from the side of Katu as he's trying to find angles and probably some off-guard players as well. But he will be taking some damage from below from Flow, I believe. And now, trying to find the feed of the... I don't think it's the castle, but probably the castle. Oh, sorry, it's... I do believe it was the Scopus instead. The timing needs to be good here. Kirkinator able to get a double kill here. I was expecting him to get one, but getting a double was impressive. And now, Nepponen. They are starting to do a lot more damage than expected. As Penta. Oh boy. They will have an answer. They will not have any answers. That's the problem. I don't even know. At this point, they're just picking them off one by one as if it's just a default game. Good God. Solid Snake also recovers one. It's all up to the castle now in a 1v5. Him versus the world. UMP has been buffed. Okay, nice shot from a nice attempt from him. Getting the knife for the aura farm, but that's pretty much all he's gonna be able to get his hands on. Covers are gonna be there. The call-outs as well. Really nice attempt from the side of Penta, but yikes, that's gonna hurt. Nepponen, as I was saying, on a 5-1 split, it's quite a lot of pressure on your shoulders because, yeah, you may win a couple of rounds in defense, but if you lose one, your opposition is sitting really comfortably on the match point. That's exactly what we're here. That's exactly what we're looking down here, as we're going to be changing the objective yet again onto cafeteria and waiting room.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Nepponen, they're really getting in the veins of the players of Penta. They're just cutting through them like a hot knife through butter, and it indeed is trouble and a half. Penta. They will, again, just like their opposition, will extend to the top floor as well.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
it also matters with the fact that if an opponent wants to contest the top floor, because the way I see things, they do tend to like just clear the objectives in general, considering they also have Solid Snake. You can just take the gadget in their hand and just call it a day. Katu, however, will not be having such a good round for the time being, as he will be taken out. I believe that was a diffuser as well. Yeah, that was the case. So if this is where the turnaround happens, this is where it needs to happen. Because now Penta has a genuine chance to make it happen. The diffuser will be recovered by the attackers though. But still, that is a pretty important operator off your board. A very important fragger as well, considering Katu was having one of the best games. I mean, it's my first time seeing them, so it does look like the case. Kaino, getting rid of Kirkinator, so a lot of values has been fun. In fact, the top fraggers of the game, except for Versailles, is still alive, and now he has the confirmation. He will tag one of the players, as we hear that very, how do I put it? Nostalgic chime from the side of the Sultan Snake. Boy, how long has it been that I have played Metal Gear? It really feels nice to have a crossover between a game I play now and a game I used to play back in the days when I was a kid. Rexy will still put some stop onto the push onto Penta, as we will be seeing all the players getting down. It was all one more player left on the central stairs, and he will also be taken up. Finally, Penta will show some form of lives. That's looking good, but then again, you still gotta take 4 rounds back to back, and then push it to overtime perhaps, and then we are gonna be having some chance for the side of Penta. Nepponen, mind you, they are still looking very confident and very comfortable on this particular map. Penta trying to be a little bit more unique. I appreciate that, but they will finally go for a how do I put it? A default defense onto this objective. Bathroom and commander's office. And
Defenders, protect your bombs.
at least if I have to take any notes from the previous round, they will find best success if they can take off the players the oppositions head on and off site. If they can be aggressive on the earlier stages of the game, they will find proper success. And guess what they did? Getting the ace and the ash was really a pretty good position to start around with, because then the rest of the players didn't have much choice to work around with. This time around, they will have a nearly identical lineup, but they will change. That's all. They will change Snake for Glass here, and
5 seconds.
if that's the case, it kind of do feel like that it's gonna be a frag focused game. I do see the thermite, which is an indication that yeah, we do want to open up some form of walls perhaps, but the way the game has been so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they just goes in for head-on gunfights. They are amazing headhunters, mind you, so that's not gonna be any form of surprises, let's just say. Now with Glass firing those shots, it's a confirmation to the defenders, if they heard the gunfires, that is, that there is a Glass. Most of the times if you play a Glass, I would say, yeah, just smoke a random off angle and don't shoot anything, because there's a 50% chance the defenders will peek the smoke. They'll just spam through it just because they can. But if you fire, now they know there's a Glass and they will not just peek the smokes anymore. That kind of loses some value, not a lot, some value of the smoke grenades. Of course, it's not stopping you from being aggressive, throwing the smokes inside of an aggressive position and going in by yourself. But mind you, they can definitely see for you from an off-guard angle. And now the players of Penta. Hope they're ready for this, because the attackers, they have taken solid control of the map. They have controls of the 90 hallway, they have control of the meeting side, they can even go for the breach. The moment I was talking about it, then there you have it. That's why I was saying Thermite is indeed one of, if he is the best character for hard breaches. There were electro claws on that wall, but Thermite doesn't even care. All you have to do is just breach the wall right next to it. And now Thermite, the kite's gone as well. The opponent does have a higher chance to win this out. Pro likes. Nice effort from him onto the infirmary side, I believe. And now attackers, they can definitely make this happen, but now no more third breaches anymore, so they'll have to squeeze in through that narrow breach. And of course it's gonna be a death sentence if you walk through that. I mean, it is a line of sight you can use, but come on, man, it's not a competition that who can squeeze through a hole. That sounds very wrong. I just realized it. Now, defenders, what's the game plan here? Hang on a second. Do they want to push this castle barricade? I mean, you can, but 3 players? And if you want to do that, just send Flo. He can just punch that barricade and you can just go out. But I guess that they just wanted to go put up some baits. And now Glass. This is his domain. This is what he wanted. He sees the player, but he will not be able to connect the shot. But instead, he will be caught off guard instead. Flo. He will counter the counterman. And now Rexy and Kirkinator. Never mind, Kirkinator's no more now. It's all up to Rexy. But I guess the players of Penta are really fueled up now, and they're pumped up to go for these gunfights, and they are just picking off players one by one. Looking really good as they are walking towards the distance to make it to overtime. 6-3. As Penta, all they need to do is just double the rounds they have and make it to overtime. Fortress is a map where they can definitely put up a lot more better fights, and they are showing that they are pretty good on defense. But now, I do believe Kite will be banned, as I said previously on the second half. Not sure about the attacking ban though, but there you have it. I was kind of expecting a Grim, but Dokibi being banned, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever, because she does have the DMR, she does have the calls, and she can be a nuisance to society. So why not ban that person outright? Good God, for now, opponent still very much sitting on match point. There is no questions to be asked here whatsoever. If they want to take a pause to hold the momentum of their opposition, be my guess, but I guess they're still feeling very confident. But Penta, this is gonna be a pretty long haul, but they're really walking down the distance for now. Tubarao is gonna be on the board, but it's only to deny the breach if the opposition does that. They can't stop that anymore. That's kind of unfortunate, but that's just how it is. And the side of Penta, This is the first time we're seeing them holding on to this objective. So I'm more interested to see how their setup's gonna be because they don't have an Azami. They have Mera instead. So which is an indication they're not gonna be putting up a lot of pressure onto the old tower because that goes to show that they have reinforced the tower walls onto the towards the window side. So this delivery, it's gonna be something which is which does raise a lot of interest in my mind because most of the time people put at least something onto the old tower because it can be a Melusi, it can be a Nazami, it can be even a Clash as per se. But it kind of feels like the defenders, they don't even want to contest old tower. But hey, if they can put them in, put the opposition on a ambush like that, why not? Every single team is unique. Every single team has their own strategies, and we were talking about cultures here, so I'd like to explore them. I mean, I would still say Rainbow Six Siege in every single server in every single region, it's still a cultural exchange. Even though if I'm not talking to the players, I get to learn, probably the viewers as well, because they do have the experience, and that's why they're playing on this tournament. This is coming from an ex-competitive player, but I would say my days are over, or maybe coming back. Who knows? I'm not that old. And oh, hang on a second, Flow. From the old towers, but the prefires will give it away that the players know that there's a plan coming in, and now the Goy will simply fall back, and now the Ash has a proper read on him as well. This is so smart. This is just way too smart from the Ash. As Verchile is just reading the Goy like an open book. Goy was trying to get the swing here, but he was gonna take some tags, and now there you have it. Flow's gonna go down. Good hunts from the side of the Ash. And now, with the thermite charge being utilized onto the meeting wall as well, there's just not much they can do. Thermite, he's just having fun on his own as he's just reaching the wall one by one, and now he's gonna find success as well. There will be some frags coming in back and forth, Kirkinator, and I believe that was the Mera. Sorry, Chronix. It's looking very good for the attackers, but the defenders, they gotta make sure that they're holding this properly. Both the Mera windows are gone, thanks to the Thermite. And now the pings come in from the side of the Grim Bees as well. Kawan Hive. Shile still rumbling, and he's not letting it go whatsoever. Got to Prolight, and it's up to Kaino now in the 1v4, 1v3 actually make it. But sadly, there's not much he can do. Nice attempt from the side of Penta, but good God. Neponen, they're just absolute monsters if I want to talk about it, because they took the isolations so slowly, so calmly, so precisely. It just goes to show that they are cold-blooded killers, if I might, because yeah, they technically was almost a flawless game for them as well, even though it was a 7-3. But after the first half, it should have been a confirmation that they will be extremely cautious with every single thing. They will know exactly where their operation is going to be. They know exactly how they will try to counteract their gameplays, and everything in between. It would just play to absolute perfection. Good God. Penta, I mean, I said it from them, but I did have a little bit more hope from their side. But I guess it's just a matter of fact that they did not practice on this map that often because, again, Fortress is somewhat of a newer map. So you may not have the best of ideas, but good God, from their opposition, opponent, I can say the same because they were just so prepared with every single thing which has been tossed towards them. Even if they were at the bottom of the barrel, somehow they just knew how to make a comeback. We have seen 3 rounds on the side of Penta, but they just knew how to recover. And again, Penta does also recover. They also do deserve some recognition here because they were able to put up such a good fight against such a good Titan. So I do believe on the next time around they will be meeting again. They will have a better fight and probably on a more favorable odds as well. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, we have streamed 4 best of ones today on the group stage on this Eon series. So we'll be expecting your presence on the upcoming days as well. So thanks a lot for watching in. We're gonna be signing out for now because there's no other games for the time. So take care, good night, and this is your host Cessna Sets. Sadly, no aggressive because he is sleeping, lazy guy. So take care, good night, and we'll see you next time.